fundamental and foundational knowledge of artificial intelligence and its potential for grassroots impact. Today we shall be focusing on practical, hands-on training with artificial intelligence tools and global perspectives on AI innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, participants today will learn how to apply artificial intelligence for tasks such as fundraising, data analysis, and creative dashboards. The day will also conclude with a report back session reflecting on key takeaways and outlining the next steps for continued engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, the objective of today's session is to equip participants with practical skills in using artificial intelligence tools for civil society organization operations. The second objective of today's workshop is to demonstrate real-world applications of artificial intelligence for social impact. And today's session will also facilitate immersive hands-on experiences with artificial intelligence technologies. And from henceforth, we shall be able to develop actionable strategies for integrating artificial intelligence into civil society organizations' activities. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me provide an overview of today's agenda to ensure that we are all aligned on the objectives and flow of the program. Let me quickly highlight today's program. We shall have a morning session and an afternoon session. The hands-on training with world-renowned experts, followed by a session on the upcoming civic hackathon, and then shall be made. Ladies and gentlemen, for our first hands-on training, our first session is going to be facilitated by Mr. Marshall Owach, to which he will be taking the participants through the use of AI tools for purposes of content creation and communications. Marshall Owach is a digital strategist and head of operations at Kampala Analytica, and he will guide us through AI tools for storytelling, social media automation, and visual content creation. And this session will conclude with an interactive Q&A. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Marshall for his session. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning once again and welcome to today's session. Like we had said, today's session is going to be more practical where each of the facilitators will be demonstrating tools according to the particular theme they have chosen to. I'm going to be demonstrating tools for content creation, social media, blog writing. These are tools that CSOs can use to enhance their communication initiatives and improve their visibility online. So let me start by briefly introducing you to the tools I'm going to practically elaborate. Then I will go into demonstrating. I'm going to demonstrate 5, 6, or 7 tools depending on the time I'll have left. So let's get right into it. One of the tools I'm going to demonstrate is called Gamma. Gamma is an AI tool that is used to create presentations. So other than creating your presentations manually using what we always use, which is Microsoft PowerPoint, with Gamma you can just write your text you write a document of what you want to present, and then you paste it into Gamma. You just click generate and it generates for you the presentation. So it's time saving and it's editable as well. All these tools I'm going to go through have free versions and paid versions. Usually the free version has limitations compared to the paid version, but it does the job unless there is something or a very big project you're working with. Supposed to be coming down, right? Of course, just like all of us use ChatGPT, but ChatGPT is broad. So me, I'm going to approach it from the ideation and brainstorming point of view, content refinement, personalized assistance, and efficient workflow. It can be, like I said, it can be used from very many angles. Me today personally and specifically, I'm going to come from the content creation point of view because I'm focusing on communications, especially digital comms for CSOs. I'll look into another tool which is very interesting personally to me, and it's called Lumen 5. Lumen 5 helps create videos out of text, meaning you can write an article, and if you want to visualize the article, Lumen 5 can help you create a video out of the article. And it's also a paste and create. Of course, it has some editing to it if you want to give it more detail, but I will just demonstrate what it does just with a basic prompt. The other tool I'm going to demonstrate is Canva. Canva is a graphic design tool. Personally, I have a history with graphic design. I'm a graphic designer in my other life. But while we were learning graphic design 7 years ago, we were taught graphic design using Photoshop and Illustrator. Photoshop is like, if I'm to use an analogy, Photoshop is like a manual car. Illustrator is like an automatic car. And Canva is more like having a chauffeur. It's like having a driver in your car. You just sit in the car and someone is driving you. So Canva makes it 70% easier for someone without technical graphic design skills to create flyers, to create brochures, to create actually the brochure you are seeing on your tables for the project. I designed it using Canva, I think a week ago. Yeah. So Canva is also pretty much a tool every communications person for every CSO should be looking into. Just give me that. The other two additional tools I'm going to show are, there is Pick to Chat. Pick to Chat is a tool that creates infographics or charts, that is bar charts, pie charts, out of text as well. If you want to visualize your data, Pick to Chat is a tool that can as well come in handy. And then the other tool I'm going to demonstrate is called Metricool. Metricool is a social media management tool whereby if you're managing an organization's social media platforms or even the Google business profile and the blogs, some people have more than one organization they're managing or more than one account they're managing on like 7 different platforms. So what Metricool does is you can connect all those platforms to Metricool and then you schedule your posts, meaning you can create content for the next 3 months, just schedule on Metricool, and it will be directly posting on those platforms, all those platforms in the scheduled time you put. Those are the tools I'm going to look at precisely. Let's get right into the practical bit of things. Yeah, so this is the Pick to Chat tool, the tool that is designed to or tailored to visualizing data, creating visuals or infographics out of data. I think I already have an account. Let me just log in. Ah, let me tell my phone. Help me with my charger. The internet is very slow. Let me tether my phone and use my phone instead. All right. Sorry about that. So want to create an infographic. we are not going to have all the time to do it side by side. So the idea was I demonstrate what I can do, then later on you can go into it at your own time. It's just like chat. It's like ChatGPT. There is a free version which is limited, and then there's a paid version which has more enhanced features. So almost all these tools have free versions. You're not contented yet?
First of all, do we all have laptops? Okay. So, Marshall, I think I understand her point. If you're going to open ChatGPT, you maybe start, you say you go to Open AI website. This is how you can log in, and then this is proceed from there. I think that is, do I understand your point like that? Yeah. Yeah, so those free, so we use those free versions. Yeah.
Just go to pictochat.com. This is the, just put pictochat in your browser. You can see the. You can see the highlight up there where I've highlighted blue. Pick to chat, PIKTO chat.com. It's free online. Okay. First of all, hold for me. All right. So I'm going to generate my first infographic, and just to make it relatable, I'm going to prompt it this way. I'm going to prompt it saying, generate for me an infographic, click login, and then she creates an account. Yeah. Generate for me an infographic about the top 5 communications strategies CSOs can adopt. It's just as brief as that. Then, of course, you can prompt it better. And when you're prompting these tools, you have to be so detailed. You have to make sure that the prompt you're putting into it is very specific to what you want out of it. And it has already generated the infographic. Let's have a look at it and see how we can come in editing. I think I should let me be looking. This is the infographic it has generated from the less than 10 word prompts we put in it. CSO communications, learn about the top communication strategies. You see now this is where the editing comes in. Where I put CSOs, for it thought it means chief security officers, not civil society organizations. This is where the inaccuracies of AI come in. So these are the strategies: clear messaging, craft concise and easily understandable messaging to tailor to different audiences, active listening, engage with stakeholders, regular updates, provide periodic reports and updates on security posture. It thought I'm talking about a chief security officer. That's why you have to be very specific with what you want. Build trust, engage internally, CSO success. By adopting these communication strategies, CSOs build. That's true. So it also has editable features on the side here, like the text. You can come and where it says, where it thinks a CSO is a chief security officer, here you can come and correct it to civil society organization. So basically you can come into it and change the photos if you want. You can upload photos from your PC itself. If you want to replace some of the photos in there, you can come to your PC and upload photos using this feature here. You can change the colors using this feature. You can adjust the graphics using this feature. You can adjust the design component as well using this feature. And then you can as well resize the graphic, because as you can see, it's more of a portrait format, but you can choose to make it a landscape format, or if you have like custom sizes you want to use, you can as well just come here and you put in the real custom size you want to make. At the end of it all, you can come and download the infographic you've made in whatever format you want, though for the free version they give you PNG, which you can eventually convert to JPEG from another tool. Yeah, I think I already used the free version. Yeah. Yep. I already finished my credits. They give you a credit limit. They give you a credit limit of, is it 50 credits for free? So I already finished my credit limit. That's why I can't download. But that's precisely how it works. From when you click here download, you export the infographic you've made. It's a time-saving tool which, if you can't afford a professional graphic designer, you can consider using. The next tool, which I use a lot in comms, is Canva. Like I said, Canva is like it's like Photoshop, but the easier version to use of Photoshop. So Canva is also accessible at canva.com. Just like any other tools as well, it has a free version. and a paid version. But for Canva, what they do is they give you templates, but for the free version, there are some templates they don't give you which are paid. So that's how they trick you into eventually buying the paid one. So I'm going to create an event flyer from Canva. I'm going to create a flyer for this very event we are in 2 or lesser minutes. Then you can see what it can bring out in that time and how easy it is to use. So for Canva, you search for the template you want here, whether it's a flyer, it's a whiteboard, a document, a presentation, social media, video, website pages, or you can even upload what you want. But I want to create a flyer, so I'm going to just put here event flyer. I want to create a flyer for this very event.
Marshall, a question. Okay. One thing I have realized is that there are some people who are following and there are some people who are not following. And I just want you to pause for just a few, 3 minutes, and this is what we are going to do. We are going to sit in groups, and each person from Kampala Analytica will be in a table and will be following together with the group. In case there is assistance needed, they will provide the assistance. So that is the suggestion we are going to do. So, so this is what we are going to do. Every table has a laptop and internet. Okay, so what we are going to do, Marshall, you'll us from Kampala Analytica should just stand near a table and then help follow together with the group. Yeah. So meaning you'll also have to release Richard. Yeah. So can we merge these two tables together? We shall reorganize later. Yeah. So let's merge this table and that table. Excuse me, Lorraine. Let's merge the two tables. Let's save some time. Yeah. Yeah. And then this table and the other table, join it. Yeah. Yes. Please, let's try to save some time. Yeah. Let's merge those two tables. Yeah. So, yes. Then these two tables are merging with that table, and then the other two tables merge. Yeah. Let's use 2 minutes to do that. So this is how we are going to proceed, Marshall.
Yeah.
You will show us the website where we are going to get the tool from,
Yeah.
login details, and then the procedure. As brief as that. Yeah.
All right. All right.
Yeah. Okay, so are we done? This table, I'll request that table to merge with this one for obvious reason that we don't want to disturb Mr. Kayondo. I know Mr. Kayondo is a very defiant person, but you'll allow me to do that. Excuse me, table in the middle. Yeah, let's merge. Okay. Okay, so for those who don't have laptops, let's share the laptops. Yeah. Okay. 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 So Richard, okay, I'm going to distribute Kampala Analytica members. So Lorraine, you're going to be on that table. Alban, do you have some time? Hey. Maureen, do you have some time? Okay. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. Lorraine, you're going to handle that table and this table. Yeah. So, Lorraine, you're going to handle that table. Maureen, Maureen, let me request you to sit with this table here. Yeah. So you sit with that table. Yeah, so, okay. Alban, can I request you, even if you don't have little time, just to sit with the other table? Yeah, you can sit with them just to, in case of questions. Yeah. And is there anyone handling this table? Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'll assist Joaquin on this table. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. You're here? Okay. So Alban, no, Richard is going to be assisting Marshall. Okay. So members, this is how we are going to proceed. So every table has a member from Kampala Analytica. And this is the procedure we are going to do. So Marshall, this is what you're going to do, and members, this is how we are going to proceed. You'll tell us about the tool, tell us about the website, show us how we can join the website and join together with you. And we are going to follow whatever process you're going to tell us. And then we shall compare the products at the end. We are actually going to even self-mark ourselves. At the end of it all, you're going to share your group results with another group, and then we see how people perform. Okay? So, meaning it is in the interest that every group member participates, and you're in the same wavelength, because we are going to assess as a group. Yes, you're going to be following whatever Marshall is going to do is what you're going to follow. So we want to see if you're going to replicate exactly what Marshall has done. So Marshall, you are the marking guide, of course. Marshall, you're the marking guide.
Okay.
Members, are we together? We are going to assess ourselves based on what Marshall does. So we ensure you follow what Marshall is doing. Because the product that Marshall will have is the product that you should have. Because Marshall is our marking guide. And so we are going to follow every step Marshall is going to do. So Marshall 1, what is the tool? What is the purpose of the tool? And we shall follow the process and then the outcome. Yeah. And then we shall see if all of us, if every group produces what you've produced. You're the benchmark and the marking guide. And every table has a member of Kampala Analytica who can also follow. We have experts among us in case of any challenge, they can pass around. So Yeah, I know they are going to present also later, so they need to also be working on their tools, but they are seated on your groups. You can ask questions and they'll show you. Yeah, then Marshall also can answer some questions. I'll also be moving around to see how we are. So Marshall, please proceed, start. Okay. How many minutes?
It depends on how fast they are, but
Yeah.
in less than 5 minutes. you
Because
should-
time is also
Yeah.
part of the assessment.
in less than 5 minutes, you should have created
Okay.
something
Time
out of,
is also part
out
of the
Canva.
assessment. Okay. Okay then.
All
Let's
right.
start, yeah.
Let me hope you're all on canva.com. Like I said, Canva is an automated graphic design tool which all you do is change colors and text and images in the graphic design. And what I want us to create today, much as Okidi says that it has to be exactly what I create here, with design, as long as the message you're portraying is the same, you can use whichever template you feel is best for you. So if we're all on canva.com, we are going to come in the search bar up here. And since I want to create an event flyer for this particular event, I have to look for an event template. So I'm going to type in here, event flyer, and search. So when you search, it brings you hundreds of templates. Actually, the first search has brought 20,000 templates. But as you can see, the one that has a king crown kind of symbol or icon, you can't use it because it's for the paid version. And for us, you're using the free version. So they bring you a repository of both paid and unpaid. I hope you've selected a template. Personally, I like this template of music festival. This template, Feel the Music Festival. I like this customized for this particular event. Once you choose the template you want, you just click on customize the template. Then now you can do to it whatever you want. Let me see here. Yeah, this is the template I've chosen to customize. Since this event is by Kampala Analytica, I'll have to change this logo to Kampala Analytica's logo. I'll have to change this photo to a photo relevant to this event. I'll have to change the title of the flyer to the event, this event, and then I'll have to change the colors to Kampala Analytica branding. So I already have the, and I'll have to as well add the GIZ logo somewhere, given they are partners for this event. So I'm going to start by deleting the unnecessary logos that are already on the flyer. Okay, are we on the same track?
It is internet.
Yes.
Do you also have the same problem with internet?
Yes,
Internet.
I also had to
Okay,
pay
there are
my
others
own
using
phone.
the phone.
Yeah.
There are others using the phones, yeah.
I
But
also
are
had
we
to pay
following?
them.
Okay.
All right. So I've deleted the logos that came with the template, and now I'm going to up.
Let's be proceeding. Meanwhile, let me talk to the hotel about the internet. But just follow at whatever condition. Yeah.
So I'm going to upload the Kampala Analytica logo and GIZ logo. When you come to the side here on uploads, it gives you an option here of upload files. And from here, you can upload any file from your computer, whether it's on the desktop. You can just upload any files from your computer. Personally, I had already uploaded the Kampala Analytica logo, the GIZ logo, and this photo taken yesterday at this particular event. So let me start by replacing the logo. Once you've uploaded the logo, you can just click on it and it comes to the... Once you have uploaded the logo here in Uploads, once you click on it, it just comes directly on the flyer. So you can just resize it and move it around to wherever you want to. For this one, I'm going to put it exactly where the standard one was. And you notice there's still a background which is not the color of the Kampala Analytica logo, and it's affecting it, but you can change all those background colors from this tool, from this bar above here. Once you click on the coloring here, you choose whatever color you want, and boom, it's now, the logo is now uniform for Kampala Analytica. But since we want to add the GIZ logo as well, we will have to duplicate this. The good thing about Canva is, unlike Photoshop where everything is manual, here you can duplicate what you've already created in the same flyer. I've duplicated the page instead. So I'll bring the duplicated version down, resize it to fit the bottom area. Then I come back to my uploads here and I look for the GIZ logo, which is this. And I drag it. Once you click on the GIZ logo, it also comes back to the flyer. So I want it to come at the bottom of the flyer. I resize it. Yeah. So far for the flyer, we have the Kampala Analytica logo, we have the GIZ logo. We are almost there. Now I want to change this picture to put a picture that's relevant to us. Once you click on the photo itself, there are options. You can delete it, you can lock it, you can comment on it if you're co-working with someone who will come later and see the comment you've put. But personally, I'm going to delete it because I want to put a photo which is relevant to this particular event. So I'll just have to delete the image itself. It becomes a blank area. I come back to my uploads where I put the photo that's relevant to this particular event, which is a photo taken yesterday of our moderator. And we are almost there now. So all we have to do is adjust the coloring to Kampala Analytica branding and adjust the text. For the text, that's the easier part. You can say AI AI for CSOs. TikTok. Date 22 November 2024. Time 9:00 p.m. a.m. to 5:00 p.m. Venue, all these ones, all these are now just inputting the text. Venue Igongo. Igongo country hotel, Mbarara City. The info details. www.kampalaanalytica.org. It's almost there. So we just have to ensure that the branding colors rhyme with the Analytica branding colors. But the beauty of it is once you've uploaded the Kampala Analytica logo and the GIZ logo, it automatically grabs those colors and puts them somewhere in case you want to change them. Now this is, I think, a brownish color, but once I go to the color changing here, you can see it has already brought colors from the Analytica logo. So once you click on that, the colors change to the Analytica color. The colors as well changed. This one can remain in black. This one can as well remain in black. Anyway, just like that, in what would have taken a lot of manual work in Photoshop or Illustrator, Canva has created for you a basic flyer, basic enough to communicate whatever messaging you're trying to do. So it would help you and enable you create visual communication way cheaper than it would cost, because an average graphic designer would ask for a minimum of 50,000 shillings to design this flyer. But it's something you can do for yourself in Canva. Once you want to export it, you just come up here on share. Then it gives you downloading options. Then you choose the version of the format you want to download it in. For flyers, it's usually best to download them in JPEG. You click JPEG. And you click download. And just like that, we have a flyer for the AI for CSOs TikTok in Imbarara. Okidi, are we still on the same page? Okidi, are we on the same page? Yeah? Oh, that's great. But technically, that's it about Canva. What Canva? I kanyimiremu nange mbabe ku maanyi kuba anyway, the thing about Canva is I've been seeing some CSOs here tagging us on social media, meaning almost all of us on social media, but the messaging can be better in terms of design, in terms of visual communication. But when you talk of better, it means expensive as well, because graphic designers are expensive to hire or work with. So with such tools, you just end up doing the visual design yourself.
Think there's one thing I've just noticed that not all people were using the same example, the same pictures
exact
and what.
template.
Yeah, but in terms
they
of
don't have
idea
to.
and concept, they have the idea and concept there. So
This one has even made a better one.
yeah, so we can move to the next tool.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move to the next tool.
Let's move to the next tool. The next tool is still for visual communication, but this time around it's video. Instead of generating a still flyer, it's going to be a motion flyer.
Members, we have moved to the next tool. Don't let Marshall leave you behind. I think let's all agree that the first tool was successful. Yeah. So now let's focus on the next tool. Yeah.
The next tool
the first tool was on flyer. The next is now video, right?
Yeah, it's video.
Okay, we are now going to video. So follow the steps.
So members, the next tool is called Lumen 5. You can put in your search engine Lumen. Lumen is Lumen 5. You can put in your search engine Lumen 5. The first website that comes here, it's Lumen 5. Lumen 5. The first site that comes here. You just click on that. I don't know if we are all there. Me, I was already logged in. But you can take a minute and create. You're going to start with creating an account. You can, you've signed in, right? Just skip those unnecessary things. Continue. Skip. You can skip some of these unnecessary ones. Skip. You can first stop here. So let me hope you have created the account or successfully logged in. Once you reach somewhere, you're going to find a dashboard that is like mine here. So with this tool, I would call it like ChatGPT, but for video. Once you come here on new video, it brings you to various video templates you can choose to create your video from. You see, it has them in formats. There are rectangular formats, lined formats, rounded formats. Let's just go with a rectangular format. You can as well preview the video from here. This means that the video you're going to create is going to be in this format. You can change the pictures, you can change the text, but that's the template it's going to come in. So let me use the origin format. Let me use the origin template. Gracious, this is where you are, right? Yeah. So you just yeah. You on this? Okay. 2 minutes. Okay, let's all get an additional 2 minutes to have you. Yeah, this is where we are. This is where we are. This is where we are. We're on the same page. Yeah, I see we're on the same page.
No, actually, Marshall, I think that tool is only for free for 3 seconds.
No, it's a free tool.
Then you help her. Maybe she chose paid for.
You haven't created an account. You have to create an account. Just put your email and your password. No, come here. Create account. Yeah, your name, your email, your password. If you want, whatever you want. If you can use the email, and then they will send a login like they sent for Canva. They will send a login code to your email. Okay, I think we're on the same page for.
We are, okay.
Some people are even ahead of me. Some people understand it even better than me. So we are going to.
Members, this is how we are also going to proceed. Marshall doesn't need to demonstrate all the tools, because what you need to know is that some of the rules of these tools are similar. So what he needs to do is to demonstrate like one or two, and then give you awareness of all other tools. So you use the two demonstrated tools as knowledge to go into the rest. You don't necessarily have to use even what Marshall has told you. His role is to give you that all these tools exist, these are the procedures, and yeah. So even when you demonstrate only two, and that will also apply to the rest of other facilitators for this morning, yeah. So Marshall, let's proceed and also save some time. I think we need to.
Okay. Alright. So, like I said earlier, for us as CSOs, how relevant it would be to us is we can convert some of our messagings, especially text messagings. It can be a blog, but you want to convert it into a video, because actually they say around 80% of communications that's consumed and people don't forget about it is usually visual, meaning people prefer to see flyers or watch videos to consume information more than blog posts. So when you write a blog post, it's also clever to create a visual version of the blog post. So we come here on text on media, convert a blog post, document, or idea into a video. Let's say we click on that. So you can, most likely you have your text somewhere saved on your PC, but instead of pasting it from somewhere, I'm going to write it technically here. Let's say I'm going to let's say top 5 digital communications strategies for civil society organizations in Central and Southwestern Uganda. I've just put those keywords there as a title, but it also has an AI enhanced script writer, meaning much as you're going to paste there your document, it can help align it to make your document a script, because most likely your document is an article. So it has to adjust it to make it a script. So you come here on compose script. Got it. Sweet. Don't forget this one. Yeah, I needed to make it, hold for me here. I needed to make it so, I needed to make the content longer. Let me just paste there the list of tools I had gathered to demonstrate today. So I've copied the list of tools and pasted it here. So it's the equivalent of pasting your article into this. Then I can come to compose script, and as you can see, it's now generating the script. It's analyzing the content. And it has decided that, according to what I've given it, it can generate a video of 55 seconds. So we can, yeah, continue. Convert to video. It's now generating the video, it's creating the scene. Yeah, it's taking some time. I can see it starting to bring scenes. I can see since we mentioned Uganda, it even had the intelligence to look for a photo. But anyway, why do these people depict us like this? But it had to look for a photo which on the internet they think that's how we all are. Some of the tools I had suggested in there included Gamma.
Anyone lost? Put up your hand.
ChatGPT was a tool I suggested. Lumen 5 itself is a tool I suggested. Canva is a tool I suggested. Metricool is a tool I suggested. It has created 15 scenes. For the text I put in mine, it has suggested 15 scenes. Let me see, Gracious, how many has it brought for you? First skip that.
There is this one, this table is okay?
Yeah. This one's have Maureen is a cheat code. This one's have Maureen.
Yeah. This table is okay? Let me check.
It should show you. You should show this.
This table looks dark,
It's creating a scene.
This table is also okay?
It's creating scenes. Yeah, people are creating scenes. Yeah. So for me, after creating the scenes,
Are we okay here?
so after creating the scenes, you can come and preview the video here. So for me, this is the video it has created for me. My video was suggesting AI tools. So you can see the video it's suggesting Canva, it brings a scene, it adds what Canva does, it suggests a tool, it adds what the tool does. That's the conclusion.
Marshall, I want to relieve you from your seat.
Yeah?
But just 2 minutes, let me cross-check 2 other groups if they're also okay.
You can as well edit. You can as well edit. You can edit part of the Okidi, you are saying something?
I think this group is okay. The other one is okay. This one is also okay. This one, I just need to confirm one thing. Just give me 1 minute. Yeah, this group is also fine.
Yeah, so just like Canva, it also has editing options, meaning you can come here and edit. You can come here and edit. You can edit the image in the background, you can edit the text, you can add images, but the free version, of course, is limited, just like other tools. So once you're done, you just click on publish, and it gets to export your video. It could take a few seconds. Yeah, my video is ready for download. My video is downloaded and here it is. When you have to pay, what is it asking again? Yeah. Someone is saying that it was asking them to upgrade to access their video. The video can be gotten for free on the free version. Where the upgrade comes in handy is you have more templates to use and you have more power over the minutes. The free version can't give you more than the free version gives you not more than 2 minutes of video generated. So if you want to get more than that, whether it's an hour or more, you have to pay for it. That's how they get us. But if what you want to communicate is not that complicated, I think you can start by using the free version just to help visualize some of your messaging using these free tools. And as I conclude, in the interest of time, I'm just going to list the other tools I wanted to talk about because someone else has to come in. And Gamma is just like ChatGPT but for presentations. You draft your presentation in text, you go to Gamma, you paste it into the texting prompt, and you click generate. He says there's a time problem, so I can't demonstrate Gamma, right? Gamma is Gamma. Gamma is Gamma, but there's also an alternative to Gamma called presentations.ai. Actually, yeah, this is Gamma. This is Gamma. Gamma is Gamma, but these tools have alternatives. So there is also presentations.ai. It does the same thing. You paste there the text, it generates for you a PowerPoint presentation, which you can edit, you can customize. The beauty of these tools is whatever it brings, you can edit and customize the font, the images. And then the other tool that I use a lot because I manage very many social media accounts is Metricool. Metricool is for social media management precisely, where you can just schedule your posts, even if it's for an entire year. Let me just show you the, where is Metricool? Let me just show you the outline of Metricool here. Yeah. So I won't go into the practicalities, but this is Metricool. You can come and you can add Instagram, Facebook pages, Twitter X, LinkedIn, Pinterest, TikTok, Google Business, YouTube, Twitch, Meta, Google Ads, TikTok Ads. You can add an unlimited number of accounts, but for the free one, of course, it's limited. If I'm to show you here on the planning, for example, okay, let's say create a post. This is where you come, you create the post and you schedule it for the date you want. So you can create posts for the next 2 years if you want, and they will just be posting themselves there automatically. These posts that I have on my account at the moment, this is a hotel owned by some friend of mine. So I scheduled for her posts for the rest of the year. Actually, the post that's going to be posted on Christmas is already scheduled up there. So that's how this tool also operates. And it can be a good cheat code for communications and social media. I think in the interest of time, let me leave it at that for now so that someone else can come in and take us through other tools. Thank you.
I think Marshall deserves a hand clap. Okay. So I hope from this demonstration some questions yesterday were answered about originality. We should also not forget about originality. So one thing about a computer, the general rule of a computer is garbage in, garbage out. Yes. So that is why you need to be very meticulous in terms of what you prompt, and then it will give you what you want, which is also unique. So we shouldn't worry so much about that. It is, you see, AI does not replace your personal responsibility to give it the prompts you want. So those are just some of the few tools. The principles are the same. You can also explore other additional tools. At this juncture, I want us to shift our gears to AI for social accountability, tools for social accountability. And we have Alban Manishimwe, who is the AI and data advisor of Kampala Analytica, and is going to take you through some of those tools. Yeah, Alban, you're welcome. So Alban is a data and AI engineer. So my only request is, Alban, you try to simplify it so much. Don't over be very tech, you know. So Alban is the AI and data advisor at Kampala Analytica, and is going to take us through AI social accountability tools. Yeah, you can use that microphone.
Hello. Za asubuhi. We are greeting you in Kiswahili.
Habari ya asubuhi.
Take this.
So let's start at the same pace with Alban so that no one is left behind.
So for me, they are really not so much complex. I was asked to do a presentation about AI for social accountability. And how many of you have heard of geospatial data? Spatial data, like space, anything in space. So because social accountability is more of evidence-based, you have to show data. So I'm going to try and demo a few tools, but I need to explain to you what GIS means. GIS is Geospatial Information System, or Geography Information System. Meaning, as we are here where we are, do you know that we are being watched already, that we are here? Google is seeing us that we are available here. How many of you know that apart from Okidi? How many of you know that as we are here, Google is seeing what we are doing? You're going to see. So I'm going to take you to your homes in a few minutes. So I'm going to demo something they call Google Earth Engine.
Make sure you start with Alban on your laptop.
Google Earth Engine, like Google Earth. Just even if you say Google Earth. Google Earth, like Earth. If you have a question, please ask. Okidi was trying to tell me to be easy because some of these things are. So Google Earth. So as every day or even right now, say a satellite. You know a satellite? You know satellite. As we are here every day, every minute, the earth is moving. So as the earth is moving, there are some serious engineers or some serious people who capture the image of the earth movement. And one of them is Google. So we're going to go to Google and we visit our homes. He's already there. So are we all here? So if it finishes, So are we all here? Can we see where you can search? The earth is moving. So we should all be where we have something like that. It's really because of internet. Otherwise,
People are already at Igongo.
people, yeah, so.
This group is already at Igongo.
But I want you to in the search, you add your hometown, where you come from. I come from Kisoro. So, a town in Uganda. Ah. So as you see, I'm in Kisoro, where I come from. This is the what? Kisoro. And let me tell you, this thing is real time, by the way. You can even see some cars on the road. Eh? Pardon? No, like say, if you zoom faster, if you zoom in, and you seeing people on the road, like these are people. Some of these, so these are houses. This is the distribution of houses. No, this is the roofing. Anyway, whether old, whether what, you know. So the reason I'm doing this is for you to see. Okay? So I will look for my real village. My village is, are we all there? So the reason of having this kind of data, which is geospatial data, is really for accountability. So most of you have already said the houses are what? Are old. And the CSOs immediately you say the settlement patterns in Kisoro are not okay. Then you show the image. Yeah. Actually, I think if we did Kampala, we would see some traffic. Are you guys surprised? This is real time, my friend. So so the American government, so you can see how definitely Kampala is really poorly planned. You see that? Let me show you the difference with a city like New York. So like this is New York, but if you Googled Kampala, this is New York in America. See how organized the roads are, you know, north, west. But if you went to like our Kampala, You can even, actually, as you say, I think it's raining somewhere in Kampala. Somewhere here, this is raining around Makerere Secondary. You call. Hey, you call, they'll tell it's raining. This is rain, eh? That's rain. Are we all together? It's raining. You can see it's raining around Makerere area. And this other side of also here it's raining here. Around in Nansa, Namirembe hillside. So parts of Kampala, it's raining. This is one of my best tools. It really shows you how much data you can get in real time. You get that? So, Okidi, are all of our people there? So I wanted to go to my town. And really the reason of doing this is for accountability purposes, for data. Data for social accountability must be evidence.
Alban, just a minute. There is, what is the URL there? Maybe if you can help us.
It's Google Earth. You just Google Earth.
You
Then
just do Google Earth. No, but it has come. That's Kasese. Yeah. Yeah, it is okay. Yeah, they're okay now. We can proceed.
So every one of us, you look at your...
Alban, there is a hand.
Yes. That's where we are going.
Okay, let's follow. We are going to the next level.
So all of you look for your villages, just like your village. So I'm also looking for my village. Those who don't have villages like Maureen, I'm sorry. So actually, maybe the other thing that I wanted to tell you is that if you Googled in some places like DRC, you may not find a lot of information. So this is my village. So when you see someone ask how can you get coordinates, like if you went here and this is our playground. We have some playground around. So if you right-clicked you can see get info, then it will give you the location. That's the location. Okay, there are people who are asking, you are looking for a particular town, okay, and you can't find it. Normally it's because there is no one in your town who has registered that place to Google. But it's there. What I mean is there is what they call mapping, like doing maps. So like if I was this one you've seen, okay, I'm the one who has created this location. There is I can save it. So Google normally sometimes allows you, without really giving you a lot of information which can confuse you, you can locate, you can share your information to Google so that next time someone is searching, the village is there. That's why you saw like me, I was able to say Chahaf Health Center for, and it came because it's already mapped. But as you see all of these places, the location, the names are not there. You can see that the places, but the names are not there, like in Kampala or what. And now that's the challenge. But the reason of really doing all of this, at least we have a school here. So these are landmarks. So like this is a school. This is where I did my primary school from. As you can see, the iron sheets are really very old. Are we together? Are we all together? My computer. Have we all, can we see those landmarks, those schools? Like now I have identified this school. You see how the iron sheets really look like. And this is as a CSO. Imagine if you are going for your activities, you went with this image. This is what? Evidence. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? This is enough evidence for you, instead of saying now it rains in Kampala and it floods. You need to show. You need to show. So you come and say, our schools in the constituency are not doing well. then you have this kind of image. I just want to show you
So I was saying,
so you take your screenshot and you're able to share this information. There is another tool which maybe some of you are CEOs, which is called ArcMap. For it can even help you. There is another tool which I'm not going to demo, but it works similar like this. It's called ArcMap. For it, it's downloadable, but I won't show it to you because it really needs some technical, some coding. But you would use this with this if you have resources. For it, how it works, you can even like map, like put where there is supposed to be maybe some encroachment. You label, like you put your own labels customary, but it needs some expertise. So you can even see it in 2D, 3D by clicking here. You see that now, like you can see our two lakes. We have some lakes around. You see this view? This view now, it's as if you're viewing it from the top. Then there is this, add a Python, like you go to 2D, to 3D, and here on my school, like this school of ours, where I did my primary school from. Please see this. You can click here, and then you select like a starting point. You go here. Maybe you go here a little bit. You come here. You come here. This is the school. Maybe here. Maybe here. Here. So you can save. So you can save this in a drive. Let's give it a name. So a name is Kabami Primary School. So why would you want to do this? So that, as you can see, I have now created a what? A polygon for this school, and I have saved it. So I can look for another place. Maybe I want schools, all schools in maybe Kisoro. The other school, which could be Kabindi. Actually, let me put this one in town. I hope you guys are doing something on your computers. So there is a school around here called Sesame Primary School. So this is the girls' school, as you see. So what I was telling you, that the thing is real time. You can see cars parked. Don't you see cars? Hey, they are parked in the compound. So actually, like, the American government has the capacity of seeing even a needle which is in your compound, which is on the ground, because their images are very clear, okay? But they are very expensive normally. Like, you would purchase them from them, maybe an image like for Wakiso district, they might ask for about 10 million. So if you have those images, you can see even like a pin which is on the ground in your home for the American government. That's why they are superpower. But they have that capacity of seeing. Pardon? No, so, like, that's what I'm saying. Everything on the ground, like these things, if we had that clear image from those guys, would be seeing. Do you get my point? But what this shows you very well are the landmarks and the buildings. And how they look like. It can show you the surrounding lakes, rivers, those things very well. But like for those small things, like now us seated here, what it may not show properly. So like as you see how the rooftop of these buildings look like. If we went, it's really like, let's visit our friends in the north, and you see, you may not barely see any house. Why? My friend, how many of you have been to northern Uganda, like Kotido, what? You may not barely see like a lot. It's like places which
He's asking here, where is northern Uganda found?
northern Uganda, you can see the houses, but what I'm trying to say, see the distribution of what? Of houses, but good enough. The NRM government has constructed the roads. So, but if you really watched and see the distribution of houses, what? These are, you know, these are houses. What are they called, Okidi?
Those are huts.
The huts. These huts. This is in northern Uganda. These are the huts. These are not trees. Nanti, that's what I'm telling you. Like, when you now try to really visualize and see, like, some are stones, but within they are what? In northern Uganda, some of those really like up Moyo, they are deep in where they are warriors. But you can see in some houses, of course. So like I was saying now, if I clicked back to my primary school, it can, you have its area, the area, and so forth, and then you can come back to it. So that's the GIS tool. I'm going to show you one more, or second last, which is called Google Trends. Google Trends. I use this one a lot, actually, Google Trends. I use it a lot. Even in scientific writing, it's okay to cite it. Have we all Googled Google Trends? So, the thing about really these tools and AI, I don't know whether Okidi was able to explain to you. Most of these tools are built on European syntax, like they are really European. So we will go to Google Trends because we have no option. Because already Google has all the data of all the information that exists on internet. When you people are Googling, what do you Google? Maybe your son's name. For them, they don't take that lightly. They save what you've inserted. They don't take it lightly. They want to save, and they're able, maybe, who is this person? That's what makes them so, like, you are going to see Google Trends. Okay? So, if we clicked, they can tell you what the whole world is talking about. So we can maybe say what are people in Uganda searching about? So you can see what Ugandans have been searching for the first 12 months. Bet power. Now you see, you can imagine, like, then maybe yesterday, past day, they don't have, but I think mine is able to tell. So this is now what Ugandans have been searching. Arsenal versus Juventus, and 2,000 K, meaning 2,000 plus searches in the last 13 hours. Now they tell you Arsenal women, and I know yesterday also Arsenal women is one Juventus women. Okay? So you can even increase the laws to 50. So even you can put by relevancy, maybe, okay, not all trends. Maybe I want now categories. Categories say I want about, let me see, law and government. There are no filters. Like, try doing this on your computers. You will see some things amazing. You'll even see the graphs. Some of you might, if we say maybe, let me see, in the past 48 hours, I think we should see passages somewhere, right? You know what happened to Besige. So this happened so maybe last 6 hours. So 50 alien skin. Like, but the beauty of this is really for you to be choosing categories, different categories. So law and sports. So me, as you see, Ugandans search a lot about sports. So we can even see from 2004 until present. But if you can see, Ugandans really like football, eh? And it shows you how that interest keeps changing. Eh? Um, eight. So, for example, I want to know from 2004 until present, hello, let's see this. It's very key. You might need it in your work, right? So maybe you want to know about HIV and AIDS, right? So you add here, you explore. And then you want to see in Uganda, from 2004 and present, how has that interest been like in the web search, or maybe in news search? It shows you like like the different searches that happen online. Eh? So as you can see, most people have not really looked at it, and like the people who searched for it a lot are mainly in the central region, northern, western, and eastern. And then they tell you the related topics. So for example, if there is a disease breakout, you would see it trending. And then you can download these and as Excel, you can download them, these things, and then you are able to use them in your research. I like what I was saying, I use this really a lot, like a lot. I really use it a lot. The last one, the last tool that I'm going to show you, you'll allow me, it's really a bit technical, but those who have maybe some young, maybe say in your offices, you can interest them to use it. It's called BigQuery. It's called BigQuery. So when you want to visualize data, it's called BigQuery. It's really like very key. It's a bit technical. I'm going to show you something small. Then you see how important it is. For example, you've collected your data and you want to visualize it. Okay, you would use big query. It's easy to follow, so you can uh, so here, just for big query, you should see something like agree and continue. Start my free trial. How much it shouldn't take us here. No, like mine. No, I'm not paying anything. It shouldn't pay, like it should continue without bringing the payment ish. No, it can't be like digital doesn't deal. But Like I said, this is a bonus because I want you to show you something small on it, so that in case you people gather data, you can interest yourselves in using it. Internet here. Like, I don't know why.
Our technology challenges. Can we all stand up a bit and stretch? Yeah. We are going to write my name with our body, with our bodies. We are going to, Okidi is too short, so let's write Christopher. Okay. So we are going to start with the C. And C is actually like this, and then you push your buttocks a bit. That is C. Or you can start with the buttocks like this, and then come, and then, yes. Yes, then H. Okay, let us start C. Uh-huh. Yes. Kayonda has dodged. And yet is the most defiant. Okay, we are going for H. H is like this, then like this, then like this, and then like this. H. Capital H, actually. We are, yes, capital H. By the way, we are doing capital letters. Yes. Okay, H. Yes. Okay, R, capital R. Uh-huh. 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 Yes. Okay, we are doing I. I, you can do it backwards or forward. Yes. Backward like this or forward like this. Yes. Okay. Then S. You can even start from behind like this. Yes. Then T. Okay. O. Yes. Then P. Then another H. Yes. Then E, that one you have to first do 3 dashes. 1. Then you extend behind a bit and do another dash. And then you extend a bit and do another dash. Then you move to the side. And then you can now do backwards or forward. Yes. Okay, then R. The same. Okay. Thank you. We can now take a seat.
Yeah. So like I said, it's a big query. For it, really, the purpose of having this tool, it's a bit scientific. So I'm trying to make sure that I don't. This tool has things like sharing of data. If you want to share data with another institution, if you want to run like some analysis later, then it has like, let's say, if I ran this, you would see the kind of information it will bring you, some tables within. Okay, so this is really like a bit very technical, but it's very important in your organization. If you have like some IT staff in your organizations, you can tell them to utilize it. It's really not even very expensive. It's not. So you can share data with other people. I think my time, I wish to thank you all. In case you want to know more about these AI tools, I was struggling because very technical. So I can be able to guide you and share with you. And in case you want to even install them in your offices, I can offer some small support in case you need me. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, Alban, just stand there a bit. Any questions for Alban? Because Alban was not here yesterday. And so maybe you could also ask him any question around AI or around his presentation. I'll take like 2, 3, or maybe 2. Yes.
Feel free to ask me anything about AI.
Thank you, Arban, for the presentation. My question, how do you create or draft a good prompt to get good results? Especially when you're using ChatGPT or Copilot. Because like you said, it's garbage in, garbage out. So how do you create a good prompt? Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Mine is still on the Excel. Is when you are using it and then it asks you to put those figures in Excel or a budget in Excel when you are using artificial intelligence programs, how do you put the areas of Excel budgeting to quicken the work?
Thank you. Mine is about the Google Earth AI. Are we able to use AI for climate and weather forecast reports? Is it able to aid us in that way? Then secondly, I would request that if there are other AI can really work with the climate and weather issues better, you recommend them. Thank you.
For me, my question is, we have been using digital, like running an online radio. I wanted to see if in the applications of AI, there is an application of running an online radio or making a presentation, someone presenting live in a radio, to create it in video form using AI, if that one is possible.
Thank you very much. I want to ask how I can use AI to ensure digital security. Thank you.
Me, I just want to know the free tools that I can use for social accountability. Just outline for me the free ones. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Good plotting, that's visualization. She will begin with on that. She will answer the question on visualization and radio data. That lady you see there, Maureen, stand up. This lady you see there is an expert of visualization, data visualization. That's why I came with her. She's a board member of Kampala Analytica. She is an expert of visualization and radio data. So she will begin with those two questions. Excel and AI tools. So in a way, Excel is limited when it comes to AI. So, because AI itself runs what we call big data. It runs data which, like these images Marshall has been presenting, creation, those things Excel doesn't know them. So normally what you can do if you want to use Excel and AI, there is a tool you can create, and then it helps you ask. It can help you ask what? Like it can help you ask like the question, like some summaries from the Excel. Let's say you have 1 million Excel sheets stored somewhere, and you may not be able to read all of them. Okay? Say you want to retrieve the budget of 2,000. You may not remember, but you can use AI to read through those, to get for you a summary, a quick summary of like maybe some contents in the Excel sheets. Huh? So, okay. Yeah, that's a good question, madam. But what we can do, code rag. I'm trying to be simple, rag. I can develop for your company a small AI tool basing on rag. This like ChatGPT, and then AI reads for you components from that Excel sheet. Pardon? Well, it's RAG, but those are AI terms. You may not need them, but we can develop in the day of hackathon. During hackathon, I don't know. We shall launch a hackathon later on today. We will get some engineers who will show you how to have some of those quick tools. Okay, and they help you have them in your organizations.
Maybe just to add, it all begins from you. Ideation. AI can never replace your ideation. You first of all need to have an idea because AI is just a tool to facilitate your idea. For example, what is that idea you want to deploy AI on? Then that is how you can deploy it. Even what Alban was showing you, Google Earth, geospatial data, you can also still use it to look at forest coverage, how it is being depleted. I'm sure those are, and actually that is the gist of Alban's communication, because AI tools for social accountability. How can you use those tools to track social issues, that intersection? So the most important thing is you need to first have what you want to deploy AI for. There are certain examples. I don't think Kampala Analytica can allow me to use the example, but there's a project, Alban, the project we were doing with the University of Dar es Salaam. It was actually how do you use AI to conserve nature. So meaning you must first of all have an objective. What do you want to do? And then you now begin to link the tool to the idea you want to do. Yeah. The same thing is with social accountability. Do you want to track government expense on what? What is it that government promised, and you want to use the tool to find out the reality, the discrepancy between the reality and the, yes. That's why he's talking generally about, so that you could be linking them up, yeah.
Actually, I should just summarize. For climate change, I love climate change. I actually spend most of my time doing climate change data. And so one of, like Okida said, you need to know what areas of climate do you want. Are you looking at disasters? Are you looking at maybe disease outbreak as a result of climate change? Are you looking at human, like inducing human factors, like maybe drainage? You see that? Because flooding is a result of poor drainage most times. So what area are you interested in? And one of the best tools to actually use climate change is the Google Earth that I started with. I showed you it was raining in Kampala. So now you can record those images of rain. The beauty, even with other tools, like coffee, let me use coffee, right? These days there is a discussion on coffee, which could probably have had happening. Even the coffee traceability project by the UCDA, they use imagery. They look at the images of like 2000, and then you can even compare with the images of today. You get my point? I can get images of Mbarara where we are in 2000, store them somewhere. Then I get images of Mbarara in 2001, 3, 4, 5, until today, and I can see how Mbarara has been growing. You see maybe new houses, new roads have come through using those kind of images. You just need to know how to interpret. That's what I was helping you. Yeah.
Thank you, Alban. You're done completely? Okay, let's give Alban a very big round of applause. Yeah. And like I said, we are also going to have an hackathon. Maybe through the hackathon, some of these basics may also be clearer. You know, we cannot learn all these things in one day. Let's also agree on that. But the most important thing is following the processes and processes and processes, yeah. And then we also, remember, we also have resources we shared yesterday that it is always for your reference. Thank you so much, Alban, Manishime. I also need to state that Alban was a student at Mbarara University of Stress and Torture. Must. Yes. Okay, so the next person is okay, like we said from the baseline survey, the question of fundraising tools also came out very seriously. And so we are going to be taken through by Miss Amuterine Maureen. Maureen is a data scientist, and like earlier Alban said, specializes in data communication. So I think, Maureen, I know your work is already cut out to start by a question which Alban left out for you. Maureen is a board member of Kampala Analytica. She's also a member of Data Science Africa and runs Data Sphere, and also, yes, so I don't know, is there anything I've forgotten about the introduction? Yes, she's our boss, actually, board member of Kampala Analytica. So make sure you don't report us if there's anything that did not go well yesterday. From our assumption, everything yesterday was okay. And I want to report that, Maureen. So, welcome to take us through AI data tools for fundraising. I would request you use 40 minutes, and then participants can also interact with you for another 15 minutes.
50?
15. For another 15 minutes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Okidi. That introduction, I don't know, but anyway. I am so glad to be here with you today. My name is Maureen. I'm Torine. I want to first put a disclaimer. Someone said I don't have a village. I have a village. I come from Ntungamo. In fact, if you want, I can conduct this presentation in Runyankole. Should I? Because, I mean, we're in Imbara, I might as well. So, should I? I don't know why people are saying never. So, I had switched to the, let me see if I can go back to the browser to start with a question. I did not hear the question about visualization, but I hope I'll be able to cover it very well. But I will start with the one of radio. If I understood very well your question, sir, was someone is on radio, there's a talk show or something, and you sort of want if that can be turned into a video or something like that? Okay. So with radio, I happened to have an opportunity to work with an organization that worked, that did what we called it a radio mining tool. But ideally what this tool was doing is translating audio into text. So much happens on radio. So many talk shows happen on radio. But assuming you're interested in learning about, what are people talking about gender-based violence, right? I would think some of you maybe are working on that topic as civil society organizations. Or what is someone talking, can I pass pause and then you finish because you're distracting me? I don't know how to pay attention and anyway, I will now go here. Maybe when I start, you will come back. Yes, so what the tool was doing is filtering into radio, because you do not want to deploy like 10 people to listen to different radio stations at the same time. That's a lot of resources. So this tool was able to listen to over 100 radio stations at the same time, only picking out conversations or talk shows or anything that is mentioned about, let's say, gender-based violence. We used it for COVID-19 as well, talking about what are people talking about, maybe vaccination and stuff. And that technology, really the way it works is the same, that it would help to work in your situation, because what you need is a transcript of that radio talk show, okay? There are probably tools that can go from audio to video, true, but if we're to use like the tool that Marshall demoed in the morning, what was the tool for when we would put text and then we have a video, you realize that once you have that text, the transcript of that talk show, then you're able to create a video with that tool. So that's one way you can use it. And I would advise you use that because it helps so that you already have the audio from the talk show, you've generated the text, now you create with this other tool, you're able to give it both text and actually audio so it can sync them and you have. So that's one way you can do it. How you go from the audio, someone talking on radio, to text, there are very many tools online that you can use. Some of them even developed by Ugandan companies, one of them called Sunbird AI, where you can put audio and you're able to, tools are there. Maybe I didn't get an example as I was thinking about answering the question, but the step would be go from audio to text, then use the tool that we showed you, or even any other tools. By the way, the tools that we're demoing today are more of just an example. If you look online, you'll find many others, and as you explore, you'll find that maybe some other tool works better than what we've showed you. It's more of to show you, to give an intro. So that should answer your question. Now, the question about data visualization, was someone asking what tools to use? Who asked the question? Maybe. Thank you. Okay. So for that, if you looked online, there are very many, what are they called? There are very many do's and don'ts of visualizations, okay? I can share some materials, but I want to point you to this website. I'll share it later. It's a research that I was involved in by Makerere University. And in this study that we did, you will find guidelines on how to visualize data. So this whole explanation is about visualization. But then also we would go ahead and show you different tools and maybe even videos of how a good data visualization probably looks like. So that's what you're seeing there. I hope it's showing. Okay. And then we show you the different tools you can use to choose a chart, tools you can use to create a visualization. Then after that, how do you package visualizations into like stories like you're seeing this one that is moving? How do you package it into a video? How do you package it into, the other thing that you could package a visualization into is like a dashboard. So that's what the next step is about. And the last step is about how you communicate it and follow up with that. So without going into details of how a good data visualization looks like, because then we would want to choose, are we looking at a bar chart? Are we looking at a line graph? Once you visit this tool, which is Center of Excellence for Sustainable Health, it's online on this website, which I'll share in the presentation. You should find your answer on here. I'm happy to share this way because I was involved in developing it, and if someone had questions, I am able to answer the questions as well. So Alban, I think that covers your leftover questions, which shouldn't be counted on my time, so that I am able to finish my presentation as well. Now let me delve into my presentation. Okay, so I must first tell you that you're probably more well-versed with the topic of fundraising more than me, because I come from the background of data analysis, data visualization, and data communication. I studied software engineering at university, but I've been more transitioning from mainstream software engineering to data science and analytics. So what I'm going to cover in a nutshell is going to be just these few things. I'll give you a bit of context, then we look at how to use AI to increase organizational visibility, which is part of what you've already covered, and then data analysis for donor insights. Then we look at the impact of your data culture, the impact it has on AI-driven fundraising, and finally we look into some actionable steps. I was hoping we can do some tool demos, but I found a challenge which I'll share later, but then I have an idea of how we can go about it in an activity that you're going to do on your own. But I wanted to first know the people that I have in the room before I get into the next step. So maybe, I don't know if I'll be able to do this effectively. Who here directly works in fundraising? Like, they're the ones writing proposals, sending out, rather keeping in touch with donors. Like, who here is directly involved in dealing with donors? Okay. Okay, that's like close to 3%. Okay. The rest of you, what do you do? I don't want to guess. Your CEOs, your sorry, I missed yesterday, so I'm really bleak about this, and yet it helps to know who I'm talking to. Then I know what to. So maybe, do I have any data analysts in the room? By the way, you all are data analysts, but you probably don't want to admit, or you do it at different levels. M&E, okay. One person keeps on raising their hand, I don't know how. Okay, someone maybe mention a role and I see what I'm forgetting. Maybe Okidi, give me a breakdown. What kind of people do we have here? Because
the truth is, from our attendance list, you can actually see that 70% here are on top management in their various organizations. And top managerial roles includes donor accountability and oversight. Even if they do not directly write proposals, they have oversight over, yeah.
thank you. That's very, very helpful. Because what that means is some of the things I'm going to be telling you is probably what you're going to have to pass on to your colleagues that you're working with. Okay, so one of the top 3 things that can help organizations strengthen their fundraising and resource mobilization is that, okay? Building strong relationships and trust with donors. And so I have a question. How do we build trust with donors? Any suggestions? I have a background in teaching, so you're going to bear with me. Dear bosses, I apologize, but I'll need you to interact with me. How do we build trust with donors? Any ideas? Yes, sir. Being transparent. Thank you. That's straightforward. Any other ideas? Yes, yes, ma'am. Reporting. Nice. Yes, sir. Nice. Uh-huh. Any other final answers? Yeah, you look like you want to give me one, sir. Open, timely communication. Exactly. Thank you so very much. You've literally uncovered what I had in the next slide. Because the first one is transparency that he talks about. You have to show evidence of impact. I don't know about you, but most of the organizations I've worked for, we have to show impact in our reporting. And then, of course, you have to keep them engaged, not to always show up when there is a deadline for a report, and that's the only time they get to hear about you. That's when it comes to building trust. With relationships, you want to also understand what your donor is interested in. Oh, I was supposed to ask a question before moving on. Forgot. Okay, so you have to understand your donors. And how do you understand your donors? You do donor segmentation and donor profiling. Are those words new to us or we know them? We probably know them, right? Because what a donor like, say, JICA is interested in or is excited about might not be the same thing with what Hewlett Foundation is excited in. We know that part, right? Or same applies for, say, what GIZ might be in, or leave alone even, let's not name real, what an international donor might be interested in might not be what a local donor is interested in. Okay, so assuming we're going to segment our donors in terms of maybe international donors, regional donors, and like local donors. Okay, so if we went back to outline number 1, which is using AI to increase organizational visibility, what that is really all about is communication. So remember the tools that Marshall introduced to us, where you're creating communication materials such as posters, using Canva that you're going to put online, or where you're creating, oh, that line was not in the design. Wonder where it came from. Anyway, where you're using a script that you've written to create a story. Videos are usually good for impact stories, because what happens is sometimes we get good at writing long reports, but sometimes these long reports are hard to take in. So imagine if you had an impact story that is published on your website, and it helps to show the donor like a quick picture of what you have been doing in the year that they have funded you. So ideally what this part is about is you're leveraging AI-driven tools, which now help you do much more than was possible before, to increase your organizational visibility. And then working backwards, once you have enhanced your organizational visibility, then you're keeping your donors informed, and I would think it makes them happy. But like I said, I'm not an expert at that point. I'll move forward to where we can look at what are some of the tools that you're going to do all that. So what these AI-driven tools will help do is, of course, improved social media presence, because now you can create content. Where previously you had to come up with ideas of what you want to post, now AI can help you, as we've seen. But also creating personalized donor experiences. Like I said, a local donor might be interested in learning what numbers are you working with in terms of people. An international donor may be interested in even one impact story. For them means you're making a difference. So those are two different outputs that you're going to create in terms of communication, but putting those two out will make sure that you're being noticed. Your impact is being noticed. So some of the tools that Marshall took you through, or that you will go through probably on your own, are what I'm listing there. Okay, you saw Canva, which helps you create personalized posters and social media material, literally, but it also does presentations. Then ChatGPT, which probably most of you already use. MailChimp, which will help you do personalized email campaigns. So I don't know how many of you do like monthly newsletters to your different maybe audiences, or yes, I see one. Only one? Monthly newsletters? Maybe that's something that would be nice to improve, because you're doing things on a monthly basis, like you're always achieving results. And sometimes waiting to do a final year project report doesn't cover everything. Otherwise, it would be 1,000 pages. So when you do monthly newsletters, then you're able to keep your donors informed. And what do you use to do that? MailChimp can help you do that. So these are literally just examples of the different tools, some of which Marshall took you through, others of which are in the toolkit that I think is going to be shared with everyone here. And there's an explanation of which ones are free, which ones are paid, and at what point can you do different things. But remember, this is aimed at making sure that you achieve organizational visibility, so that a donor doesn't wait for when you write a report and submit it, but you have that presence that you're always updating. So that's part one. The second part that we want now to look at, which I'm going to take a little bit more time on, is data analysis for donor insights. I don't know about you, I've worked for different types of companies. Those who have like 2 donors, and so it's easy to sort of keep track of, have we reported, when were we supposed to report? Have we, it's easy to keep track of 2 donors. But I don't think it's the same thing if, say, you have 15 donors, right? You can almost forget a reporting period. At least I used to see that people who are working in that department suffer when it comes to reporting time because they didn't plan. So with data analysis for donor insights, there are 2 ways that I have categorized it. There's an inward way and then there's an outward way. With the inward way, you want to keep a donor database. So that in that database, you're covering things to do with when did this maybe sponsorship start, when is it going to end, so that in the end, you're able to see when are we actually going to be running out of, when do we need to be sourcing for more money, because you have put in the database. I mean, I wish I could demo this, but I didn't plan to do it. But if you have a database of 15 donors and you've put the deadline of all the running donations that are going on, then at some point you need to check and be sure what is ending, so that nothing catches you by surprise. Am I preaching to the choir? You know, when people are quiet, sometimes they are getting it, or they are like, what the heck is she talking about? So no, I need to know which side are we. I'm preaching to the choir. I'm not preaching to the choir. So you guys are like, what's going on? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, who feels like they are the choir and I'm preaching to the choir? At least then I can see how slow or how fast to go. You, madam, I saw you say, hey, so I think you have you have So are you the choir or you're lost? You're okay. Okay. Who is lost? Who wants me to slow down, or who wants me to, you're lost. Okay, where do you want me to go back to? I go slowly. Okay. I'm going to try. I am naturally a very fast speaker, but I'm going to try. So, okay, so, inward. Look at inward as the data that you already have about your donors, okay? So this is data about when the grant started. This is data about when it will expire. This is data about how much it is. This is data about the donor name, what they are, the kind of projects they usually fund, you know, all that information. That is inward, because that's for donors that you already have, okay? How you leverage that data to make sure that it helps you in your fundraising and keeping on top of things, for lack of a better word, is if you have 2 donors, it's easy to keep track. You can just see the 2 columns and you're able to see. If you have about 15 and above, then you probably need a system or a tool, since we're talking about AI tools, that is going to show you that in this coming month, maybe these 2 grants are expiring. Do you get what I'm saying? Or in this coming, let's say, period, maybe this grant is opening. You know what I mean? Because maybe it has a schedule. So that's inward. That's data that you have, okay? Now, what you do with that is once you have a donor data management, a donor database management, once you have that, you're able to leverage AI-driven tools to literally give it that information, and it will create for you those insights of when some grants are running out, when you're supposed to be maybe writing some applications, when you're, all that. And I'll give you examples of the tools below. So I'm just introducing these for you to understand what are the tools that we are going to help you achieve, okay? That's one, but also resources management. And I think probably you already do this. Maybe the accounts people already do this. I won't delve much into that. Now that's the inward. But there's the outward, which now is looking at donors you don't have yet, but you would like them to fund you. So for those, what kind of data are you collecting about them? That's where you're going to see, okay, so I hear maybe this donor A, B, and D, they are interested in this area, okay? That's data. Now you go out to search. So are there any AI tools that can help you search, where you put, say, for example, I'm a civic organization, I am dealing in A, B, C, and D, who are the people funding this kind of work, okay? That's the outward part. And all those form the bubble that we have called data analysis for insights. So let's get to the tools. So for inward, first of all, what you need to do, or what it will help you do if you do that kind of inward analysis, is you're going to understand motivations, preferences, and expectations based on the data that you have, okay? Then you will be able to segment some donors, maybe who, if we're looking at time, whose grants are expiring at the same time, whose grants are probably open at about the same time, and maybe you want to synchronize and make sure that the proposals that you're writing are more or less similar so that you don't have to do lots of diverse work. But then also it would help in profiling your donors. If you have 15 donors, it would be nice to, for example, be able to look at your data and at a flip of an eye, you're able to see these 2 types of donors actually seem to be funding the same thing, okay? It would be nice to have that oversight without having to read so much detail. So with this, these are some of the tools that you can use. Now, unfortunately, as I was looking for ways to demo these tools, all of them are paid tools. But this is how I see it. I've been working for a data innovation lab for close to 8 years. At first, to hire a lead data scientist who's going to do the analysis. So remember everything that I've told you that to do to actually stay on top of things. A data analyst would cost close to 80% of what you're paying to get this tool to do for you the same thing. So I think it's for you to gauge. If you can afford a data analyst, they would most definitely be able to do this and give you all the insights you need. If you're able to educate yourself so that you leverage a tool and probably get, so how this works, and let me first demystify this so that people don't quote me as if I'm saying AI is taking data scientists' work. No, what this does, it means that rather than having a team of say 3 data scientists, you have an engineer, you have a scientist, you have a data analyst, then you can actually have one who, because now there is a tool which can help in the data collection, in the data segmentation and all, and then analyze, and then you have insights. This one person is able to be the link between the data, because sometimes, let's face it, executives, people who don't have the background of data science, it's hard to interpret some of the results. So you probably need someone who's going to translate from technical to layman, for lack of a better word, okay? So it helps that you're able to still employ, but probably you won't need as many people as you would have. So these are the tools. At the end, I'll share some videos, 1 or 2, that we can watch on how to use these tools. The challenge is, while the tools that Marshall used in the morning, we could create an account and use a free version. For these ones, because they are highly professional tools, these people don't, they want, they don't want people creating accounts just to test out. So when you go, you either have an account or you're asking for a demo, so that then they are able to get in touch with you and understand your need, and then they send you, because it's a software tool. So for them, they are not welcoming us creating free accounts for just trying. But it's a good thing. That means once you have researched the tool and you know I need this, then they work with you. It's not like they are distant. They are willing to send you a demo, be in touch, and see how you're using their tool. Okay, so now we go back to the outward part, which is really for new donors. You're looking out for new donors. And for those, you also want to target and be sure who are the donors I'm looking for, like what are the different categories that I can put them on, in rather maybe these fund this type of project, these fund this type of project, and then what are some of their giving capacities? Sometimes you find donors either give too much money than you can spend, or too little money that you're like, I will pass, okay? So for those, fundraise can also work here, but probably mostly donor search, where you now go and put in specialized or rather specific text of, I am ABCD, I do ABCD, what kind of people can fund this work? Okay, so up to here, I slowed down. Even me, I could hear myself. Any questions? Yes, yes, it's paid for. It's not cheap. But Marsha was just showing me here another tool that I will probably open at the end. It gives you all the information that you probably need. What was the name? Hold on, let me just see. It was called, we can try it, we can check it out and see. I hope I didn't close it. I think I closed it. Probably Marjo will be remembering it as we finish. From current slide. Okay, yeah, so most of these tools are paid for, but they are affordable, is what I can say. All right, so I think I can move on now. Everything I've been talking about was hinting to the fact that you need data to feed into the tools that you're going to use. I hope we all picked up on that. Did we? Because you're not going to find out which grants are expiring if you have not been writing down and storing this data somewhere. Does that make sense? You're not going to, you won't have data to analyze if you haven't been saving the data anyway. So I like to say this, that the backbone of AI is data. And if you feed AI with bad data, it's going to give you fake or, I'm looking for a good word without cursing. It's going to really give you bad results, okay? So, what does good data that is going to feed your AI tools look like? It is accurate, it is complete, and it is timely. Okay? I feel like timely and complete we get, right? But now can someone tell me what goes into making data accurate? Just any insights? Any insights? No one? Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's right. The accuracy of data really comes down to the attention you pay to detail as you make it, like he said, specific, rather than putting general terms which are going to be hard for someone to analyze. You're putting specific terms which are going to be, I mean, if I had a day, we'll probably have a whole session about data, but let me just quickly go to, is this something new, the data life cycle, or this is something that you have probably come across? Huh? So every step, every one of those steps matters, because that's what will determine the results of whatever you're analyzing. So at creation, or creation can be creation stroke collection of data. If the person collecting the data, assuming maybe there's someone who goes in the field and is collecting data, if they are not very keen to make sure that indeed it is accurate, then that means if you've made a mistake at creation of the data, it's going to affect almost all the rest of the steps. Because that means when you are analyzing it, using it, you're going to have questions that you probably cannot find answers for. Alban is here and is very well versed with data. I'm sure he would be able to give us insights about how incomplete or inaccurate data can be a problem. So how do you make sure that you're ensuring you have good, how do you make sure that you're ensuring? It is well. How do you make sure that the data that you're creating or you're collecting is actually accurate, okay? Timely, and what was the third thing? I forget. Rather than complete, thank you. Rather than waiting for a time when you need to analyze data about all the donors, and that's when you start asking, hey, people bring me all the grants that we have running so that I can put in this data. You make it a point that whenever there is a grant that has come through, someone has created that record in the database, so that you're not doing it all at a go. Because if you're doing it last minute, as you're going to analyze the data, it's possible that you will forget something. Yet if you have thought about it and probably planned, okay, so for each grant, what information do we want to capture? We want to capture who is the grant giver, how long is it running, what are the areas they are interested in. We want to capture when is it expiring. We want to capture when do they put out the calls for proposals. You know all that. You already know all those parameters. Then whenever you get a new grant, it's easy to just feed that information in rather than just doing it last minute. So that's how you, at creation, you take care of every little detail that sets you up not to make mistakes later. Okay? Then of course you set up for storage. I feel like that part is usually well done as long as you have IT people who are going to set up databases and stuff. And then the using of the data. Now this point is where you have to also know who has access to this data. Probably not everyone should have access to this data. So that's where you put in you look at policy and regulatory guidelines of who accesses, who uses, who analyzes, all that, to a point of sharing. Does this data get out of the company? Even when you're choosing a tool that you're going to use to analyze your data, usually for free versions, that means your data can be used anyway, okay? Because you've not paid. They do not owe you, what's the word? Yeah, you've not paid. That means like there's nothing legally binding you, okay? But once you have paid for a tool, I will give you an example. There's this tool we use a lot in data visualization. It's called Tableau. Tableau Public, I don't know if you heard of it, but this is their model. Everything on Tableau is open. You can analyze almost up to like 10,000 records of data in that platform, okay? Whether you have a free account or you have a paid account. But guess what the catch is? If you're using a free account, as soon as you save your visualization, your data is made public, okay? But if you're using a paid account, you can choose that I want my data to stay on my laptop in as much as I'm using. In fact, you can download the tool and work on localhost, okay? So you also have to think about these things as you're choosing tools. You also want to think about, if you're using a tool to analyze this data, is this data that I would be okay with if it was in the open? If you feel like, I don't think I would be okay with this if it was in the open, that's when you think about things like anonymization. Rather than maybe putting GIZ, you put donor A. Then for you in the back, you have records that sort of show you that when I'm talking about donor A, I'm actually talking about GIZ. You guys are a tough audience. I hope we are getting things. You're not even repeating donor Z. Okay. But I hope we are, I hope we are picking, at least whoever is following. Okay. So that's the thing also that you have to keep in mind when it comes to using tools, is because you're feeding them with data. The only way they've been able to develop these tools is because there's so much data that we put on the internet. So if we're not able to put our own mechanisms of securing this data, we will be happy to use the tool. We will be happy to use some of these tools that we're going to show you to create amazing videos, amazing presentations. But be sure that also what you're using them for is something that you're okay with being in the open. If it's not, think about anonymization. If you feel like you can't anonymize, think about paying, because usually when you pay, then you actually can get even a consultant who guides you on how to keep your data secure. And then all the way to archiving or destroying data. So ideally what this slide is supposed to help me explain is you can only use these tools once you have, or you can only benefit a lot more from these tools once you have already collected your data. Because even you will see that where we needed to do like a video, for example, we had to have a written script that already tells the video what we want to produce. So there is, excuse me, there's a step right before opening the tool and starting to use it. Okay, so now that I have said everything that I've said, what are some of the action steps? Like if today you made a decision that I am going to, from today on, go be data-driven, okay? Where does one begin? Because I realized the way I shared them is sort of in a jumbled order. So what would be the order? It starts with the data collection and organization, okay? Go back, see what data do you have, if you have. If you don't, see what data you want to look at. It starts with you collecting the data. Then once you have the data, okay, be it for creating social media content, be it for analyzing to get donor insights, be it for, what was the third thing? Be it, oh yeah, the last thing was actually about the data collection, the data being the backbone of AI. Yeah, be it for creating social media content or visibility content, you can call it, because social media content is just one part. When you call it visibility content, it's broader, because then you're in visibility content, you have things to do with newsletters, email campaigns, like it's broader, because some donors are not going to be, by the way, on our social media channels looking. Okay, and maybe sometimes, yes, their social media person will retweet because they know they are sponsoring that project. But do you know if the person who matters has actually seen the impact? So that's where you want to do like newsletters and email campaigns. Yeah, so be it whether you're doing social media content or you're doing data analysis for donor insights, it starts with data collection. Then after you have put your data together, that's when you can start exploring tools. You're like, okay, what tool can do this? What tool can do this? Okay? That's when you start exploring tools. And then you have to develop a data-centric culture. I'm telling you, there are people who are here today and they are thinking, but things are still working. Why do I have to care about use AI tools? Use, you know what I mean? I'm telling you, if I don't want, I will not say raise your hands, but I know there is always those people who are thinking, things are still working. Well, if you don't want to be left behind, because this is the digital age, so develop a data-centric culture. What does that mean? That means that maybe most of the decisions that are going to be made in the organizations are going to be data-driven. Be it meetings, where you're like, usually if we have meetings after lunch, people are full, they are going to doze. Okay, that's a fact we all know. But also thinking about what's the best time that maybe people are usually in office and they are productive. And maybe that's not the time to call the meeting because you want people to be very, you know. And then sharing on those things is how you build a data culture, in that you're using data almost in each and every decision. And then You test and iterate. Today, Canva might do the job that you have. Tomorrow, it might be something else. Okay? And finally, you have to ensure ethical use of AI. What do I mean by that? Sometimes people use AI to create things that they don't disclose that they have used AI. That's the simplest unethical use of AI that I can use. But of course, it gets more than that. So educating yourself, it starts with really educating yourself about what are some of the ethical uses and unethical uses of AI. If you've created an impact report using an AI tool, maybe the donor would like to know that that's what you did rather than, you know, maybe, I'm saying maybe, I don't know. You would know your donors better. If you have, there are some AI tools that are actually not approved by like global standards. So maybe you also want to read up on that or have the person responsible read up on that so that you know that the tools you're using are not the ones which are going to put you in a questionable state. That's really what I mean by responsible use of AI. So that we are not going with excitement of every AI tool, but rather who developed this tool, what's their credibility, like just keeping an eye out. And that is the end for the presentation. I will, thank you, you're very kind. So what I did when like I said, let me just maybe open one of them and show you before we go to the video. So if you load donor search on your laptops, which should look like that. As soon as it opens, did I click it? Yes, it opens. Okay, it will look like that. You will notice that in the top right corner there is literally you sign in, get a demo, or subscribe. So that's why I couldn't do the demo right now. It doesn't give us the option of sign up. If we could sign up, then maybe we would go through a demo and see. But what I did is just like you see this video here, what they are doing is they are explaining the tool there. So we don't even have to go through it, okay? And then also the link I was trying to show you there will take you later on once they share. Are we sharing the slides? How are we going to share the links? I just play the video and they will capture the link. Okay. It is short. Yeah, and I intended to play it actually. It's just that I was trying to explain that more than just what I'm going to play, you can find more videos once you go on these tools' website, or even just when you search them online. Because what happens is, why can't I click it? Click it. Click it. Don't mind me. I like to. These things disturb me. Okay, so when the internet finally loads, do you think we'll get volume? It's muted. Yes, it's muted. So you'll notice that they are taking you through the process that we would have gone through here, except we can't because I can't create a free account. Neither probably can you. But once you have watched the videos and you think, this is a tool I want to use, ideally on the other top links where we see sign in, demo, or subscribe, you just ask for a demo. What happens is they will email it to you and someone will get in touch with you. These tools happen to be more personalized. They want to know who are the users, what are they using them for, so they will be in touch with you. And one thing I should encourage you to is actually to ask for these demos. Why? Because you asking for a demo is not you signing up to say, I'm going to pay for that tool. That's them taking you through their tool. And you can even ask, are there any discounts for, say, this type of organizations? And then in the end, if you feel like this is not for me, you're like, yeah, okay, thank you for your time. That's why they are there, literally. The reason they do it like that is because they want to market their tools themselves. So it's not, you're not sort of obliged to create an account or pay once you do. So for each of the tools that we went through, if you remember, let me see if I can browse to. So fundraise, donor search, or those, like feel free to just ask for a demo. They will write your email, get some time, sit with them, because usually what they will do is they will ask to have a meeting with you, maybe a Zoom meeting. Sit with them, let them take you through the tool. Once they've taken you through the tool, ask all the questions you want to ask, okay? And then after, you see if it's for you. If it's not for you, they will never hold you accountable. Rather, they will never hold you captive because you asked for that demo. That's why they put it there. They don't want you to try for free, but then they are happy to give you a demo. Okay, so I'm done. I will now take any questions if there are any. If there are no, I'll ask for a prize because I think I'm the one who finished in the shortest time possible.
Yes. Maybe we stand up and clap. As so we can stretch, yeah. Yeah. Or maybe we can this time write Maureen. After all, we are going for lunch, so we need to release off the remnants of food so we can reload. Okay, so we can write Maureen. Maureen is M-O-R-I-N-E. Yep. Okay, we start with M.
Let me put the name so that no one is cheating.
Then O. Yes. In fact, the owner of the name is the one cheating. Okay. Ara.
Are we doing capital or small letter?
We are doing capital. Okay. Then I. Then N. Then E. Okay, thank you so much. Now, we have lunch is going to
questions.
be served.
I didn't know if they had any questions.
Yeah, that's why I'm coming to that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So members, we have 6 minutes to lunchtime. Rita, do you have any? Sorry? After. Hey, okay. So we have, I am going to use the 6 minutes to take questions and responses. Any question for Maureen? Yes, there's already one hand up. Okay, Maureen, it's okay. You can even answer from nearby there, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, to what level of education or what particular training do I need if I want to become a developer of an AI tool?
Any other question? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Maureen. I'm asking about the tools. Can the AI tools replace the SPSS? Because we've seen that sometimes we need to use SPSS for certain data analysis. Research.
Yeah, if you answer that question, then I'll remove 20 minutes off my presentation. It will save time.
Okay.
Then, yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You talked about the having a donor database for organizations. But I'm looking at our organization. We deal with sensitive information. So, and you didn't talk about the data, the digital security risks that are currently happening in the whole world, because there are issues of hacking, there are issues of scamming. So how can we go about this if we come up with such a database? Thank you so much.
Okay, any other question? Or we take that? Okay, Maureen, in 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes left. Yeah.
Okay, so let me work backwards. So when it comes to risks with digital, as you've rightfully said, the risks are there. But also the risks of not using digital are as high, because I would think, indeed, you're dealing with sensitive information, but if you had records of about maybe like 500, going into those records to look for something particular is going to be hard, right? So that's where you weigh your options, like I said at some point when I was talking about, see how much can you use an open AI, go the route of private, paid AI tools. But also, that's when you also maybe think about investing in an in-house data analyst, who now, usually these days when they're advertising jobs for data analysts, you can actually put a caveat where you're saying you're developing tools. All tools are developed in-house. There are people even who go to a point of data analysts don't use their personal laptops. They use the work laptop and the laptop stays in a secure place, okay? So you gauge the level of security for this data and also the need for analysis. Maybe because sometimes it's not like every record in the database is rather highly private or highly, what's the word, is highly sensitive. Okay, sometimes it's not. So it's also okay to say, okay, for this maybe analysis, I am going to remove one record. You have a master file that has everything, that probably only one person or few people have access to that are trusted. Then you have removed some columns or some rows which you think are very sensitive. Maybe the column talking about how much money. Maybe that's not something you want to put. Maybe you remove that. Or what people do also is, instead of working with exact amounts, use ranges in the analysis. So that means you create a secondary table or a secondary database altogether, where now you're going to sort of create your own guidelines on how you're going to anonymize the data. Still be able to benefit from the tools, but without giving out too much. I hope that answers your question. To your question about using analysis tools, the truth is, people who have been using these analysis tools also, rather who created these analysis tools also, they are finding ways to plug in AI in these tools. So I think what is going to happen is these tools are going to be more advanced with already AI-enabled functionalities that you probably didn't have before. So if you're using a tool that has not yet plugged in, let's say, an AI element, because how many of you have seen now on Google search, which was ordinary, the first answer that comes is by AI. You can even ask if you want an AI assistant in your search as you're searching. I don't know if any of you has seen that. So most tools, what they are doing is because they don't want to get out of business. So they are bringing in the AI element. So maybe it's for you to find out, have they done that? Is it there? Can I still use the same tool that I've been using, but now I'm able to do more, probably using a smaller amount of time. Also, what is happening is, I would think someone needs specialized knowledge to use that tool. I didn't even know what it was, okay? So what's happening is also maybe, as AI gets, integrated into everything that we do in schools and whatever, you'll find that either new tools are going to come up, that would happen, so the old ones are being rolled out, or the students are being taught in more advanced analysis, because now what that analysis tool was doing can already be done by AI. So for me, if you already have such a tool in the organization that you've been using, see if there is an AI plugin you can put. Because there are plugins to already existing tools, you just plug in and make it better. To your question, ma'am, about...
In 1 minute.
Well, I didn't use all my time, but okay. So these days, you can teach yourself AI, really. If you have a laptop and you have internet and you have the zeal, because it starts with a zeal. I will not tell you, I mean, yes, of course, there is mainstream education. Go probably do a short course. That can work. Go probably do a short course in AI and you'll be able to develop some of these models. But with a laptop, even that short course can be on your laptop. Use sources like Coursera, so those online platforms, Coursera, once you search Coursera, very many others are also going to be suggested by AI. But yeah, do an online course and see what you learn. When it comes to learning, I always tell people, learn by doing. Rather than just going through a course all the way, whatever you learn, practice. It can be you're practicing something that you're going to put on your profile. These days, people are doing profiles where you haven't, because you don't have an experience. No one has employed you to do that work yet, but yet you have produced something. So what you do, you either put it on your own profile online, which are so easy to create these days, or use, what are these tools called? GitHub. Like where you deploy whatever you have created online, so that you're able to, if someone asks, or you want to tell someone, by the way, I can do AI-enabled something, you have a link to share, like have something to show for what you're learning as you're going. Not just to learn and the knowledge is in your head, have something online to show, which you can put on your own profile. By the way, your profile can also be your LinkedIn, your Twitter, you can also put it there as long as it's deployed online. Or use tools like GitHub where you just deploy and everyone out there will see and yet your name is attached to it. So if someone was looking for anyone who can do that, then they already see you, that you can do that, yeah. But yeah, you can do an online course or you can do a short course with some of these universities and before you know it. And if you're interested in that area in particular, remind me to add you to the Data Science Africa group. Literally what's happening there is people are sharing, how do I do this, how do I do this? Sometimes it gets political, you'll be bored, but yeah. It's a good place to be in because then you're surrounded by data scientists and all they are talking about is data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Maureen. Yeah. Okay. Important announcement. We are breaking off for lunch at exactly 5 minutes past 1. And then we return here at exactly 5 minutes past 2. Now, this is what is going to happen in the last segment of our program. Why we need to be very strict on time because we still have one training session, which is just going to take me 20 minutes to demonstrate how me as Okidi, I write a proposal using AI. I'm just going to say that this is how Okidi Christopher, I write a proposal using AI. This is how I analyze the baseline survey using AI. And this is how I did. So I'm just going to talk to you about my experiences and then we follow together. and that should take us not more than 20 minutes. And then at 2:30, we are going to end our session at 3:30 with a photo. But at 2:30, this event is going to become global. So it is in the world are going to be part of what we are doing today. Today coincides with the Silk Road 4.0 Global Future Summit, which is happening in 52 cities, and they are also talking about the future. Now, there are 2 sessions. It is paid for, but we requested the Silk Road to just plug us in without any payment, explaining our profile, that we are CSO leaders from Central and Southwestern Uganda who are interested in understanding also how other countries are navigating this digital landscape. So there are 2 sessions, which is 30 minutes each, which we are going to stream live, and they are going to allow us to provide Okay, so the first session, which is going to be 30 minutes, is going to be artificial intelligence and the future of relevance. And it is going to be a presentation by Professor Dr. David Saha-Chan, who is the CEO of Innovate and a former Deputy Minister of High-Tech Industries in Armenia. So we are also going to learn from Armenian experience how they are localizing artificial intelligence and how this is happening to them. Then the keynote address is going to be by Rokhaya Puna, who is an internationally acclaimed Bangladeshi fashion designer and was listed on Forbes as a recognized leader. And so she's going to give the keynote address, and we are going to see how Bangladesh organizations and entities are also navigating the digital landscape. The main event is going to be happening from Austria in Vienna, but 52 cities are going to be part of, and we have requested that they also recognize this event of ours so that across the 52 cities, they also understand that CSO leaders in Central and Southwestern Uganda have also been, have gathered here for 2 days, also talking about the same thing. The only instruction that they have given is that if any question arises out of the presentation, if you want to ask either the former deputy minister from Armenia or the keynote person, you state the question and then you bring it to me. I will be able to read out the questions to them, and then they'll see how they can also respond. So keeping time is very important for us so that we do not embarrass ourselves in the afternoon. So let us just agree that we be here at exactly 9 minutes past 2. Because we also tend to, latest by 4, we need to be out of this place. So ladies and gentlemen, we can go to our lunch venues. Yeah, the venue of yesterday, I think, yeah. So kindly, let's be in the room. Let's take personal responsibility to be here
hyper-connected world as the networks propagate and therefore the complexity of the whole system increases. So thank you very much, Alexander, Alex, Linz, for this question. I suggest that we will organize a follow-up online session, a Showfix series, in order to go into this topic that Alex Linz from the Data Science Conference Europe event in Belgrade just raised. And whoever is interested, I want to encourage you to download the compendium, go through the compendium. You will find the 4 different projects, global impact projects that are listed. We're looking for global partners in order to move those projects forward. And also I want to invite you as a potential partner in the future for the global impact projects in order to increase the global impact of your project. Also to my colleagues here in Manila, in the Philippines, if you have a project that aims to have a global impact, please feel free to reach out to us to nominate it as a global impact project so we can list it and then we can help find you a matchmaking partner for this project. So with that being said, we are nearly perfectly in time for our next keynote speaker. I'm just checking if David is already online.
Yes.
Okay, David. So I quickly want to introduce Professor Dr. David Zahakian. David is not only the CEO of Innovate, but he's also the former Deputy Minister for High-Tech Industries in Yerevan. And he is also the mastermind in our Armenian network. He has collected also tech diplomacy in a rapidly evolving world. This is something that I just previously teased in the reply to Alexander Linz. And David, whenever you're ready, feel free to share your screen. Please, the floor is yours if you're ready.
Screen is shared. I hope you see it.
Yes, we can see you. You're definitely
Okay.
It works.
So, okay, great. So, greetings from sunny Yerevan and sunny Gyumri. So, welcome everybody.
We can see you.
I'm very proud to
You're
be
definitely
here and
it works.
represent my presentation. And by the way, Yerevan is the capital of Armenia, but Gyumri is the cultural capital of Armenia. Now we are in a Gyumri branch of Armenian State Economics University, and many thanks to the director of Armenian State Economics University, and many thanks to the director of Armenian State Economics University, and many thanks to the director of connected, and particularly Faculty of Informatics and Applied Mathematics, and special thanks to the Faculty Dean, Kristita Sargsyan too. So, my name is David Zahakian. As Philippe already presented me, I'm a founding director of the Innovate, and I'm also the professor at the French University of Armenia. I am former Deputy Minister of High-Tech Industry of Armenia, and also I'm proud member of the Silk Road 4.0 community. And with this community, we are doing 2 big global projects, Global Startup Factory and Global IT Technology Innovation Hub projects. Today, I will talk about the future of AI and transformative crossroads where AI, technology, and diplomacy intersect. I will bring also some estimations and predictions related to the investment in AI and implementation of AI in different fields of economy. As one of the goals of the Silk Road 4.0 is to build and to help to build bridges between Silk Road community members and global. So, brief history. AI conceptual roots date back to the 1940s with the foundations of mathematics and exploration of neural networks. It's worth to mention that in 1961, the first industrial robot, Unimate, and in 1965, the first chatbot, Elisa, were developed. So whatever we are using now, it's not quite new instruments, by the way. In 1980s and to
David, sorry, but the slides are not changing on the screen. Are they changing it with you?
Okay, third slides, please.
I see still, we still
AI's
see
evolution.
No, we still see the front page, AI and the future of relevance, tech and diplomacy in a rapidly evolving world.
Please give Gyumri Armenia to the host to share the screen.
Yeah, you are actually able to share the screen. We see that you are sharing the screen.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Slide share also. Slide share.
So that's one of the interesting experience we see here, that actually there are two issues, it seems. One is screen sharing. That was interestingly because yesterday, exactly 24 hours ago, there was not a single issue with the trial run. Maybe it is because of the wonky internet connections all around the world. So, for example, I'm currently using my mobile phone as a hotspot for my local computer to go into. I'm currently using the internet. Interestingly, mobile phone internet seems to be worldwide the most stable connection. That's something we definitely have to see how we solve this, because yesterday.
Do you see now my third slide, AI's evolution?
No, we cannot. Maybe you stop sharing and share again. I mean, another thing I can do is, let me see.
Do you see now?
Yes, now AI's evolution from theory to tangible impact.
Yeah.
Can you move back one slide and forward one? Yeah, now it's working. Perfect. Yes.
Now it's working. Great. So move forward. So in 1980s to 1990s, AI made its first skepticism, and research funding was cut due to unmet expectations. But after that, at the beginning of 1990s, we have machine learning renaissance. Now we use AI in everyday life, in every business. So day-to-day new technology for human AI collaboration, autonomous agents, and other applications and implementations are being developed, including by integration of quantum technology. By the way, quantum technology is a future development in order to, let's say, solve the computer power issues. So then let's analyze and understand what is going on with the investment in AI. By the way, investment in AI is very correlated with the AI's evolution. And we can see that, again, in 1990s, from 1980s to 1990s, we had two waves of cutting investment on AI based on the, as I said, based on the skepticism and unmet expectations that people have related to the AIs. Overall, AI funding trends are, as I said, correlated with the AI's evolution, and in the future, these investments are expected to emphasize long-term AI applications in energy, health, and climate solutions. Probably you know that the future demand of the energy will grow for 5 times. And now AI, and as I said, also quantum technologies are the main instruments that are considered to research this problem and find corresponding solutions. So, AI in diplomacy. How AI can affect or be implemented in a diplomacy. AI is becoming strategic asset for the countries. And you can see that mainly US, China, and EU are the main players in this market because the outcome, the huge outcome, belongs to them. Almost the 80% or 90% of the AI outcome belongs to them. And by the way, by 2030, global government investment is expected to exceed $150 billion. It's a big amount. It means that governments of the many countries, they value the importance of AI, and they are doing corresponding investment in AI sector. So these are the key areas where which impacts on global tech diplomacy: cybersecurity, data sovereignty, ethics and regulation, and economic influence. And we can say that, for instance, cybersecurity is the prime example. As AI advances, it's reshaping cybersecurity protocols, but also heightening the risks of cyber warfare. Similarly, data sovereignty and AI ethics are becoming central to diplomatic conversation between different countries. And as mentioned above, countries based on their excellence in these areas, they form their own position in the political and economic landscape globally. The economic transformation of AI. So we see that on the economic front, AI is projected to add 15 trillion to the global economy by 2030. Why this measure is important? Because there are a lot of niches that different countries and different businesses can fulfill, and it shows that there is a huge market in AI sector, huge unsolved problems in AI sector that people, companies, countries, universities, etc., can be involved and solve it. Countries and companies investing in AI and data analytics are building substantial competitive advantages. You can see some figures. Let's say the most expensive, let's say, areas is considered to be healthcare, finance and banking, transportation. Telecom also is very expensive and AI consuming field, and investments in this field will bring the huge value in economy in general. Let's now analyze and understand what kind of let's say, predictions we have and what kind of adoption rates we have of AI in different areas of economy. As we look, several predictions stayed out, and by the 2030, AI may be fully embedded in daily life, with autonomous systems in transport, smart cities, workplaces. McKinsey estimates that nearly 70% of businesses will adopt AI in some form. So it's a huge number. So we have to also consider that AI will transform also employment, job market. So there are different estimations. In one report, there was saying that 67 million jobs will be lost due to AI, but in the same time, 97 million new jobs will be created due to AI. In other report, there is a 300 million jobs that will be lost, etc., etc. So there are different reports with different estimations. By 2030, these sectors are expected to see nearly universal AI integration, with applications tailored to enhance efficiency, reduce operational costs, which is very important, and personalize customer experience. In this area, there are a lot of activities and solutions, especially now. So ethical challenges. So when there is a discussion with the colleagues, especially from the Europe and worldwide, all of them are considering and they have a huge concerns regarding to ethical aspects of using AI. And we can see a list of principles that lies on the basis of these ethical aspects. Bias and fairness, privacy, of course, data privacy is very important in this respect. Accountability, autonomy and control, job displacement. We talked already about that misuse and weaponization of AI. So these are the main areas that regulation in sphere of AI is considered to be implemented. Regarding to the diplomacy in the digital age, so we understood that AI is a global asset, which means international cooperation is essential to maximize its benefits and mitigate its risks. So it means that countries should collaborate, and not only countries, but business entities, universities, AI creators and AI users should collaborate. And there are several initiatives that you can see on a slide. So first of all, first of them is Global Partnership on AI, which is established under the leadership of OSDC. Another one is US-EU Trade and Technology Council. And there is a United Nations ITU AI for Good initiative platform, which again gathers different countries and interested agencies to collaborate. UK AI Safety Summit, and the last one that I would like to mention is UNIDO launched the Global Alliance on Artificial Intelligence for Industry and Manufacturing, AIM Global. By the way, Innovate is part of this community. It's a strategic move to broaden the spectrum of international partnership in the manufacturing sector. So we should consider and understand that the role of C-level executives is very important in shaping AI-driven future. Why? Because they are the main decision makers. They have to make decisions regarding to the implementation of AI in their processes, in their businesses, in their infrastructures. Also, they have to understand that trainings and learning process of their employees of how to use AI is very important. By the way, it's a very interesting approach. In some cases, people are trying to use ChatGPT as a main instrument for working instead of them. They are not trying to use ChatGPT as a kind of assistant. It's very important to organize such trainings for this kind of employees. So as AI progresses, maintaining relevance will require adaptability, ethics, and collaboration. Countries, companies, and individuals who are willing to embrace these tenets will help define future where technology and humanity can coexist beneficially. Thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, dear David. It was a very interesting question. So I saw that Bikash Gurung is having a question. So Bikash, please feel free to unmute yourself and to speak up. So Bikash Gurung, he just of the AI committee of Nepal. Bikash is the president of the Robotics Association in Nepal, and he just asked me the question. Okay, well, anyway, so in the meantime, while Bikash is trying to unmute himself, David, I have one question. Where do you see is the biggest challenge for you? Bikash, are you here?
Dr. Philip, can you listen to me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No, because there seems to be a very strong.
There is an echo.
Okay, Doctor. Doctor, thank you for your wonderful presentation. I think it was great to hear really exciting sharing from you regarding the ethics of AI, sovereignty of AI. So I would like to ask.
Just trying to figure out why it is. I will mute myself. I will mute myself, and I give you a last try that we try to figure out that because that you're asking the question, please.
Dr. Philip, can you hear me? Okay, I will go with the question. So my question to you is, what do you think about the sovereign AI? And the concept of sovereign AI is really interesting and also like tricky to how AI is.
David, have you been able to understand the question?
Unfortunately, I was able to hear only the first sentence of the question. What is my impression regarding to sovereign AI, and not the rest part?
Okay.
And
I think what he want to ask was what do you think about sovereign AI? Should countries like Nepal adopt this kind of concepts? And are you familiar with sovereign AI, David? Yeah.
yeah.
What do you think about the future growth of the world along with AI? Can you elaborate a little bit more about what is sovereign AI? And then also the question that Bikash was asking.
So to me, taking into consideration of the different reports regarding to the sovereign AI, I can conclude that sovereign AI is the concept whether you want to, let's say, share your knowledge and language, first of all, language, and regarding to that knowledge that your country has globally and make a part of the global knowledge. To me, it's the solution that is based on the certain countries' strategy. So whether country can or wants to be involved in global economy. So in one hand, in the global world, global economy world, you should be integrated, which means that your language also should be digitalized, and knowledge that you have in your language, you have to share with the other countries. And also, after this digitalization, be able to translate global knowledge to your language, in certain cases in Nepali, and use it. But there are other options too. Let's say there are some countries that or nations that they made a decision that no, we will have our own, let's say, sovereign AI, and we will use our knowledge and information only by ourselves. But at the same time, there are risks that you will not be able to, let's say, get the information from outside. But the third option is to find a balance between these two options. So it's my answer is it's based on a national strategy, how government of your country and people of your country decides to develop the country, in which direction, and how AI should be used in this respect.
One follow-up question from my side is, where do you see the biggest challenges 10 years from now? So if you see the transformation from your eyes, your perspectives, especially with democracies, is there something that we as societies should prepare for? In particular, are there any kind of projects that you have in mind that should be done? I know that well, both of us, we are working on the global startup factory, hub for creating impact projects. Do you have any ideas where the train is heading to?
To me, AI is an instrument to solve our problems. So when we start to deal with AI as an instrument, everything will be fine. But when we are more than concentrated on AI, and we develop AI, and then we think, okay, we have this, let's say, ChatGPT, and now let's think how we can use it. I think it's a wrong direction, and we can exaggerate a big monster that later on it eats a lot of resources, including energy, but the benefits from this monster is not huge as we expected. From the classical product development perspective, I will go from the problem statement side. Let's say, understand what kind of problems we have, identify them, and then start to create corresponding instruments by using AI in order to solve these problems. But at the same time, we should not, let's say, escape the scenario that it develops itself. Scientists, they are developing new algorithms, new approaches, and in parallel, we have to have been informed about the developments, and in parallel think, okay, how we can use these new solutions in order to make them beneficial, but not just as a useless instruments that are eating a lot of resources.
Perfect. Thank you so much, David Zahakian, Professor David Zahakian from Armenia.
Thank you too.
That was an amazing moving on along the chain, because I know that the last topic that we just touched with David is also something that Muntasir Mamun is preaching or thinking of it by heart. So this is also the next speaker. Thank you, David, for joining for this very interesting presentation. And just to let you know, David and the information about David can be found in a compendium. So if you want to be connected with David, please indicate your interest in our form, and then we will arrange a follow-up call where we can follow up on the topics that David was discussing. So I would like to now prepare the floor for our friends from Bangladesh. So the next session is now dedicated to the future, fashioning the future. That's the topic of the talk. And I'm just switching to the next keynote speakers. I'm just looking if Muntasir is already online and also available to speak up. So just to let you know, the first original background pictures that you could see from Muntasir in Bangladesh were actually, I think it's a 900-year-old shrine. Muntasir Mamun is the chief innovation of Bangladesh. He's very passionate about also educating the future. So he invited a group of kids, of school kids, of students into his presentation or into this year-old shrine. So I'm just looking if Muntasir is now online, and I will just see what he's doing. Let's see. Muntasir seems.
I think he just dropped off. I think he's having a technical issue.
You know, the funny thing is, yesterday, exactly 24 hours ago, we didn't have not a single issue at all. So my hypothesis is that there are some kind of internet disruption around the world going on. It must be something. No, joke aside. So for those aware of the geopolitical situation, unfortunately, Pakistan went into a lockdown, or at least Islamabad. So that's why Pakistan had to cancel actually site meeting. And that's why setup of the online event, because we were not able to do the online event as we wanted. That means strictly for a small group of Zoom connections, and also Slido only for the Zoom connections. But we had to actually live stream everything very, very intensively to YouTube. And because we wanted to enable that everyone who is not able to join on site is actually able to join at least via YouTube. So Pakistan is currently in a lockdown. I don't want to go into details here, but I also am aware that Bangladesh is also having a couple of difficult situations. That's why they also had to move the original location of the event where they want to be to another place.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Muntasir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. I continue speaking, so you. Okay, Muntasir.
Can you hear me?
It seems that.
But he's speaking from two sources.
Okay.
True. Okay. I believe that we are on.
Yes.
Fantastic. It's great, Philip, to have you and everyone of you online. And I believe that you can see a very eclectic mix of human individuals around me. It's not usual, my library or the office that you get to see. It is rather the school, the mobile school that we have with children from all over the Dhaka city, and particularly inside the holy shrine of Khaja Sharifuddin Chishti. It's as Philip was speaking about. It's an 800-year-old shrine, and we have made a school over here where we learn Python and flamenco. So now I'd request my young friends over here to say their welcome remarks to the whole world. Guys.
Welcome Bangladesh.
So I hope now you can see that we are all here. And as you can see that this is basically something that we call a year type meeting. We call it Uthan Boitok, that kind of situation. So I'm sorry for the internet mishap, but that's how it is, I think, all over the world. But I was just hearing or listening to David very closely. And I believe that this is a very exciting time. This is the time when we have all sorts of multiplicities, parallels happening all at the same time from all over the world. Many things are happening all at the same time. It's not only an instrument, rather probably it's a way of looking at life itself, probably life itself, its genesis, and how it would evolve, the monster or the instrument or whichever consciousness that it would evolve into, that we are not yet sure. We'll go dive into the PowerPoint presentation shortly, but essentially what we're looking at is the whole world is divided, not only in terms of the budgetary implications, not only in terms of the benefits or the economies of scale or the enterprise structures that we are working with, but also in terms of looking at life, living, and livelihood altogether. Here in this room, this, you had probably seen the earlier background, which was on the dome of the mosque, which is also a couple of 100 years old. Now we are inside the kitchen area, where we have a couple of laptops, sets, mobile phones, and internets to ensure that we can learn Python programming, flamenco dancing, and fashion. So all these things together inside an 800-year-old mosque. This is a refuge. And probably the way that we see technology is something which we use, or which we probably could be able to use to enhance the way that we live our lives. So I'll share my screen with you now. And I believe that the things that you see is literally the spiral of epistemologies that we work with. It's an old epistemology. It's from the old Arabic epistemologies, that where we have philosophy, and whatever technologies that we have, language, all mixing up together to form the core and crux of knowledge. Where we left off in May was where we have the intersection between people and culture and business, technology and innovation, geopolitics. From there, we have come to a stage where we have humanity and governance appearing more prominently in the way that we see or perceive technology. But there is a problem, which is Cassandra's curse. Maybe there is something that which we are speaking from our different parts of the world, from our different perspectives and angles that we have, we as individuals or as institutions or as quote unquote C-level executives have. But what the other side, what the other platforms, what the other agencies, or even what the other individuals are looking at or probably not looking at. So there is which we are experiencing and which we call the Cassandra's curse. But there are three different perspectives, which, the big four by Mustafa Suleyman, DeepMinds. The design perspective is the autonomous, omni-usage, hyper-evolution, and asymmetric information perspectives are evolving. On the governance side, authority, accountability, and responsibility is evolving. Literally what is happening is we'll crush through the slides. We have more than 50 slides here. We'll share the slides with you, but we'll come to a very interesting presentation very shortly, which we have a young fashion designer from Bangladesh and her husband. So before that, what we go through is, what we see rather, is a crushing or a deconstruction of waves. Many wave functions are collapsing onto each other. Wave functions are accelerating. As you can see, that wave functions, when they accelerate, their amplitudes become higher and their tenors become smaller or shorter. But wave functions become collapsed in the days ahead. So literally what is happening is we are watching that the flux vortex of evolution in technology is becoming hyper fast, much faster than before. See, when we had started discussing about blockchains and artificial intelligence, as for myself, officially, that was in 2016. In 2016, we saw the sudden rise of Bitcoins to the tune of 10,000 US dollars, and large language models were being experimented with. GPT-1 was being there. From there till 2020, 2021, we had more or less some sort of a plateau. But between 2021 and 2024, the magnitude or the implications or the amplitude of exponential privileges that these LLMs and artificial intelligence per se, the way that it is at this moment at least, it is increasing to such a degree, it is almost unimaginable. So earlier, if you look at this timeline, that 4IR, which is the fourth industrial revolution, or some would call it the fifth industrial revolution, when you have synthetic and biological implements coming into the fore, these visions and realities are changing very fast. When we had started in 2020, this timeline, this particular timeline, we thought that by 2030, there could be a tech singularity. And by 2100, maybe we'll have artificial intelligence in its full-blown impact. But if you look at it now, I don't think it holds true anymore. Rather, it is heading towards a much faster realization of tech singularity. Probably much faster, much earlier than 2030, maybe 2027. So transhumanism and issues like that, which we had discussed in the last seminar that we had in Silk Road 4, is fast becoming reality. It's no more fiction. It is actually an engineering issue. So literally, right at this moment, if you look at it, I'd look at technology, statecraft, and diplomacy, if not human development, because that's the bottom of pyramid markets, where we have more than 80% of the whole world living, and probably 80% of the whole world's geography is also located within this area. This entire landscape will focus on, or which will be able to experience the next 3 years' time. So whatever happens in the next 3 years, that's the hypothesis, will probably determine the way that it will go into plateau and probably a next S-curve of innovation over the next 6 years after 2027. So I'm accelerating my timescape from 2030 to 2027. As you can see, that computation and the cost for computation is also the flops, is also it had reached a certain limit, but now I believe that it is it has been over computational prowess to determine the wealth of nations. Human consciousness will undergo transformation. Laws and legal frameworks will evolve. New institutional frameworks and narratives will emerge, and the ongoing contest for power, authority, and dominance will continue. And blockchains or artificial intelligence, the way that it is today, LLMs and others, will work as intermediate technology for an eventual AI development. Certain parameters will hold true, like urban concentration, innovation, employment, entrepreneurship, the requirement of entrepreneurship, payment mechanism, evolutions, complementary asset portfolios, and bridging institutional voids, and also new forms of institutions, such as liquid institutional frameworks, will evolve. But what will evolve more is a viewpoint, the way that you look at life, the way that you look at statecraft, the way that you look at the stories, which determine the way that our institutions, our organizations, our enterprise frameworks, our economies, our markets are configured. Cultural hegemony, technology, the pouvoir, biopower, and the basic crux of governance, autonomy, agency, franchise, all will probably come into some sort of circular movement around the AI, ML, and blockchain matrix. Some sort of consensus protocol needs to emerge from consistency, correctness, immutability, and traceability of information. This is something which I have copied from my book in the 2021 book on blockchains, that how politics, crypto environment, system building, and economics, four seemingly different areas, emerge or coincide with each other onto the blockchain platforms. I have my young friends over here, and I was just asking them, why are we here on Silk Road 4? Or for that matter, why are we learning Python? Why are we learning Flamenco? Because all is connected to the way that we are as humans, or as conscious elements, or as conscious beings. Now, how democracy is
We cannot hear you anymore. So maybe if Rukaya is already online, we can move directly to Rukaya speaking. I'm sorry, Muntasia, can you speak up? I think, as I can hear the drop.
I think, can you hear me from now?
Yes, now I can
hear. Yeah, I think
the connection has distorted. I suggest that Rukaya is taking over. Maybe at the end, if the connection has returned, the mobile phone connection. So I know that in some parts of the region. Okay.
Workstations on, but yeah.
Now, Montasia, I suggest we let Rukaya join the discussion, and
that's a better option.
Yes, and
okay, Rukaya, please. We'll try to wait and see.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Muntasir, to sharing the floor with me. I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
I am. So here I go. So in every challenge, a chance appears to turn your doubts to conquer fear. The door don't stay those for who waits. You must embrace it to create your fate. Good evening, esteemed guests, colleagues, and innovators. My journey began to a world where opportunity in fashion was limited, and believe in my talent, people hardly can trust of. But today, I proudly stand before you, recognized by Forbes, CNN, and UNESCO. My story is a testament to the power of perseverance and dreams. My name is Roka Ahmed Purna. Today, I'm really happy to share a very interesting topic with you, that is fashioning the future, empowering Bangladesh Bangladeshi creativity through technology and global connections. Bangladesh boasts a rich heritage, with the artisans celebrate for their centuries-old craftsmanship. However, in rapidly evolving world, it is very crucial to integrate technology, innovation, and global partnership to positioning Bangladesh as a global creative powerhouse. As a co-founder of Design in Bangladesh and UNESCO expert in fair culture, I championing an initiative that merges traditional craftsmanship with cutting-edge technology. And also, my work underscores the transformative power of innovation in driving sustainability, inclusivity, and cross-border collaboration. Transforming the technology in fashion. If we can see the global industry, we can see how it is at a crossroads, balancing the technological innovation with urgent sustainability needs. While fashion significantly contributes to the climate changes, producing 92 million tons of waste annually, where in the same point technology offers transformative solutions. Techniques like sustainable materials, 3D innovation developments, printings, you reduce a lot of wastage. Now, the time people are practicing circular economy and promote circularity and sustainability. As a designer, I always fond of global fashion landscape. And when I'm talking about global fashion landscape, it's really hard to see that global connectivity bridging the global northern and southern parts it's always been near. Like for example, considering the global south, including Bangladesh, often face barriers to accessing resources and global platforms. Hardly we can see a global north is very, from the global south is like closely perform their talents in global arena or very easy aspects. Bridging these gaps requires collaboration and investment in innovation hubs that prioritize research, global connections, inclusivity. Such platforms empower underrepresented designers to scale their ideas and contribute to the sustainable future. Now it's time for the forward technology. What we can see in forward technology, there is a lot of innovation are coming. There is a lot of virtual things are coming into this area. But who is behind that? There is a human. Bangladesh is a place where it's the second largest exporter and it's called a producing country where virtual fittings room, personalized design systems are already like in our wardrobes, and also brands are fond of to engage with those of engagements. Consumers also like rapidly engage into this overproduction situation and creating an opportunity for connecting the global south to make a more producing in a sustainable manner. For Bangladesh, it's also create an opportunity for the creative designers where they can perform to their advancement and present their opportunity to reimagine traditional crafts like jamdani, katha, embroidery through AI and 3D printing, enhancing their accessibility and relevance. I'm really happy to share one of my like core projects. This is very like connect to my heart. That is called Design in Bangladesh. Why Design in Bangladesh? I never believe in clothing and making products. It's more into a solution. I always feel design is something which come and bring a solution towards all of us. I never thought about an individual perspective instead of our global aspects. On that note, I proudly launch our platform that is called Design in Bangladesh. We are a stand for virtual museum, climate action, innovation lab, entrepreneurship, sustainability, and academy. Here is a small short story behind this platform. I'm the first Bangladeshi who have launched Design in Bangladesh, and my designs are globally recognized. Because of this, all over the world now knowing me because I'm the first Bangladeshi. But what's holding us? The problem is only a platform. Problem is global connection. Problem is a space. Then I found that why not we are creating a global solution for one of us, which easily connected to each other in a creative aspects. Creativity is somewhere nobody can hold. We can expert, and when the technology is coming with the creative aspects, we can do much more. Here I proudly share one of our screen. You can see in my screen that it's a platform. I'm proudly launching it here. So here all the creatives in Bangladesh, not only Bangladeshi, from the other global north area also can get individually to share their knowledge, ideas, and also these platforms mobilizing their portfolio and their design solution in all over the globe. And also in this aspect, I always try to find that digital fashion in future, because everything is transforming and movable. In this note, the age of digital fashion reshaping the industry, offering the infinite creativity without physical constraint, it's always now roaming in our places. Virtual clothing, knits, and tools like Save Our Wardrobes to enable a circular economy. So focus is the same. We want to create a better future, to create a circular economic movement, reduce waste. Digital fashion also allows a new consumer to experience from gaming avatars to holograms, where Bangladesh is now adopting this kind of facilities through their 3D facilities in the design, transformative, and innovative solution. Major brands are already adopting those trends, platforms, and also throughout our platform design in Bangladesh, we try to ensure our creatives can participate in this transformation. And also highlighted the virtual museum and physical museum. Virtual museum, it's very important to share our heritage and culture to all over the area. So their virtual museum is going to be play a very big global role in a global aspect. And also in physical museum, a contribution hub for the artisans, designers, technologies, and innovate to connect together. And the purpose is to celebrate heritage while driving forward thinking and innovation. Here I'm proudly share a small glimpse of the virtual museum layout. It's not finalized yet, but again, we started. That's the main point. I always believe a cross-border collaboration. I did a lot of international fashion show and I got a lot of like more than 9 international achievements. But throughout this journey, I have learned there is nothing to behold except the cultural collaboration, the cross-cultural event collaboration. Having from a Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week to participate in ID Fashion Week, ID Otago Museum exhibition, all comes together to bridging the gap, to connect our creativity, to share our expert knowledge. Innovation thrives and cultural coins. So it's all about cross-border collaboration and approaches to access advancement, technique, resources, and markets. Creating the talents is global specs is always important for us, where we are always stand for our best practices as an individual and a global aspects as well. Why us? This is really important question. When we are thinking about the global transformation, it's always created by the humans. We are the humans with our vision. We wanted to do our innovation. We create the AI. We create this transformation. And with that note, we want to transfer ourselves, where we only the human transform our problem to create a solution aspects. Design is something which creates a unique perception, blending beauty, ethics, and particularly into a global collaboration aspects, where we all can stand for to collaboratively work together to bring a solution where we bridge the gap of global north and global south. And it's all about the collection. It's no matter what the platform stands for. It's about our mindset, that how we collect together and collectively work together. Throughout our journey, we always think about the perception. In the particularly, we have a lot of individual mindsets, and this individual sometimes aspects like to holding us to perform to in the global arena, or also in the individual level, when we found that like we don't have freedom of space, freedom of collaboration aspects, and the ethical way that we cannot collaborate, that's always been a bindings. On that note, I think always a man power driving us to collaborate in near future. I think solution is within us. It's all about that how we can collaborate each other, making a huge difference. I believe this platform and the initiative mostly, we all can work together, thrive on new challenges. Let's make a difference. Let's work together. I'm sure that all of our agenda is saying it's all about we all need to create a new differences. Let's make a difference. Let's create a difference. Thank you everyone for hearing me. I look forward to connecting with you in the near future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I don't know if you can hear, Kaya, it was a big clap in the audience here locally in Manila in the Philippines. So a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I'm just looking at the questions from the audience. I'm just looking who wants to speak up. I think that relate very much to many creative industries. So Chris Okidi from to ask a question. Chris, are you online? So feel free to unmute yourself if
yes, can you hear me?
If you're ready.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chris.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of the summit. I also want to inform you that in our midst here are CSO leaders from Central and Southwestern Uganda, civil society leaders from Central and Southwestern Uganda gathered at the Igongo Hotel and Cultural Center. And before joining this event today, yesterday, and many other days, we've been discussing artificial intelligence and innovation, among others, issues around the creative industry. We also shared to ourselves a result of a baseline survey, and I wanted to ask our colleagues from Bangladesh. Uganda and Bangladesh are not so far in terms of development levels. These are all these are developing countries. And my question, and the question which members in this room, over 50 gathered, were pondering is one, how do we navigate this evolving fourth industrial context as developing countries that still have challenges, among others, governance, and we know the story of Bangladesh in terms of governance. And two, we, according to international reports, World Bank and international energy agencies, we still suffer with infrastructure. We also still have energy issues. So how can developing countries, for example, bridge up? Or maybe you have examples from Bangladesh that you'd want to share with us on this particular day. And then on the question of culture and integrating culture and innovation, most of the developed countries rely on resources and support from the global north. So how do, for example, from your experience and the people you work with, how do we navigate all these corporations while maintaining the African cultural authenticity? These are some of the questions that we were grappling with. Thank you so much, Dr. Felipe, and our very good friends from Bangladesh. We hope to learn from you as members in this room on how we can, as the Global South, we can address these issues of culture vis-a-vis the evolving global context. At the same time, our own unique challenges of governance and infrastructure. Thank you.
Uganda, thank you for joining. I just tried to reach out to Muntasir. I'm not sure if are you available?
Yes, I think I am. Great. And I think that's a fantastic question. Particularly last couple of months, and in fact, last couple of years, we have tried to expand into Africa because we believe that our productive capabilities are similar. Our population is young, and almost like median age is between 25 and 29, mostly in most of the cases. And the geographic advantage is huge. We're connected to the European mainlands and also the American continents in terms of our connectivities and shipment and transport architectures. What you have spoken about the infrastructure, that's true. We have a serious infrastructure deficit. So one of the hypotheses that we're working on is to harness the idea or the power of the idea and the power of the human individual, the design concept. and then connect it to the infrastructures wherever those are available. If you look at it in Dhaka at this moment, and our colleagues in Islamabad are facing a lockdown, even in Dhaka, right at this moment here, I told Philip that we'll be going inside this shrine for only one reason, that, okay, we could have had come down to my well-endowed office, but that would be, serene, pristine, and inoculated. Here, we are with the people. So what we have done is we have brought the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or our productive capabilities into the backyard of a shrine, or for that matter, for any place where we can reach out to the human individual. So the question is how we design the system in such a way so that the human potential is connected to the mainframe architectures of production, service, and engineering for that matter. Once you have articulated the vision, it's a question of engineering. So there are two things which I would suggest going forward, and which would probably vouch for is, one, creating a design architecture where the human talent, human potential is given credit and is connected to the productive capabilities, the manufacturing capabilities or the trading capabilities, and the financial feedback loops. And second is to see that those humans who are connected to the global supply chain are given their fair share of return, or their fair capability-wise returns, so that there is no inducements for shipping them out from their home countries and losing touch with their own systems and cultures. So let the cultures intermesh, learn from each other, but not wipe them out. So once we have the cultures, the colors, the languages coming in touch with each other, there's always innovation, there's always leverage. And the more that we can have those leverages, the richer, the layered, the more nuanced, and probably more better those situations and the outcomes will be. So diplomacy, statecraft, all these will have to have a new definition and new way of interpretation, appreciation. And your question remains at the core of that genesis, if it makes sense.
Perfect, Montasia. Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer. Chris, also very thank you for your question, because this makes my life as a moderator so much easier, because now we have a perfect bridge to the next topic. And I think it's very hard to find a person who is as knowledgeable as our next keynote speaker. I'm very happy to introduce you to Wolfgang Fengler. He is the CEO of the World Data Lab, and he will actually exactly touch the topics of the question and the answer of Chris and Okidi in the next upcoming talk. So as a CEO of the World Data Lab and a former chief economist of the World Bank, Wolfgang Fengler, please feel free to unmute yourself and also show your video. So just to let you know, Wolfgang, he's actually, he lives in Vienna. So that's how we met. So also our Vienna venue is located in the office of the World Data Lab. So the World Data Lab kindly is our local host in Vienna. And just looking at Wolfgang.
Yeah. Hi, Felipe, I'm here. And I wished I was with the team in Vienna. I know there's a strong team there. I think what you're building is amazing, and we have similar aspirations to bring good data to the world, to a global network. We actually were just in Uganda, and so nice to see the team there too. Thank you for the kind introduction. I have a co-presenter who is more knowledgeable than I am, which is Dr. Katharina Fenz. So Katharina, you will share, right? And then we'll do this a bit iteratively. So Katharina and I will do it together, a bit like we just heard the nice presentation from Bangladesh, so that we have the live action in Vienna too. Kathi, over to you.
Thank you so much. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see the screen, full screen. Yes, perfect.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you want to?
Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
Can
you start? You want me to start?
Please.
Well, this is Vienna. It's not only wine, women, and song, but it's a lot of
technological innovation and ferment. And we've enjoyed the presentations, and we've enjoyed the networking opportunity. And we have to pay tribute to Philip Reinisch, who spends all of his waking life, he never sleeps, so he spends all his life working on this project, and I've been pleased to be a part of it for 5 years and to have gone with him to some other countries in practice and also virtually. And so we have had a good discussion, and we're going to talk today about the World Data Lab. And it's a fascinating organization, and I've learned a lot about it, and I want to learn more. So now you're going to learn something from Katarina. So please, Katarina.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you all for joining us today. Wolfgang, our CEO, and I will talk a bit about the global data and the future of policy, and specifically with a focus on prosperity on a livable planet, and also share a few insights from our work at World Data Lab. So before we start with the actual data, I just want to briefly introduce us as World Data Lab and our leadership team. So the World Data Lab has been funded in 2016 by Wolfgang and Homi, both coming from the World Bank. And they wanted to create something new and innovative regarding data and bring better data in the world, basically. And have teamed up with colleagues from World Bank, but also from the private sector, from different companies, as well as with friends from academia. And so here you can see our leadership team that we have today with experts from different fields. And the World Data Lab is not just this leadership team, but also a very big and really global team behind this leadership team. We have hubs in different spaces in the world. We are a really global team. We have, of course, the headquarters in Vienna, which you know, here we are, but we also have people in the US, in Argentina, in Brazil. We have hubs in Africa. We have 2 places, 2 offices, one in Nairobi and one in Kigali. And also people spread over other countries and coming to visit in Vienna every now and then. And our mission at World Data Lab is to make everyone count, but also count everyone. And we want to, by counting everyone and finding everyone's place in different distributions and different data sets, also make everyone count. And the idea for this basically came from the fact that we've all been working with data in one way or another. And we've seen that there's a lot of data out there. It's becoming more and more, but oftentimes it's outdated. It's not really reliable. It's hard to understand in some complex tables. And we want to make it more up-to-date, more forward-looking, and also present it in a way that people can use it and can act upon the data that we have. And so we have teamed up with people from, as said before, from the World Bank, from academia. We have published a few peer-reviewed papers in different journals to really underline our methodologies. And we have, since 2016, been serving numerous Fortune 500 companies, NGOs, governments all over the world, and also we've been backed by strong private equity partners, which allow us to do what we do. And before we look into the actual numbers now, maybe briefly to our main or core product, World Data Pro. World Data Pro is about consumer spending data. It's forward-looking, and it's breaking down consumer spending by many different categories, so to say, or by many different variables. So we have the categories actually, which is like product categories as the first variable. Where we look into what do people spend their money on, how much do they spend on housing, on food, and so on. We have all countries of the world, almost all countries of the world, 180 plus. Also the countries where usually you would expect not a lot of data to be available. We have created methods to fill these gaps. And we also go down to the subnational level. We have admin level 1 for the whole world, and we have the 6,000 biggest cities, all the cities in the world with over 50,000 inhabitants. Our data is globally harmonized, which means that you can also compare global numbers from different countries. We have also our data in PPPs, in purchasing power parities, as well as, of course, in dollars. But this allows us to really compare numbers from different countries and across different groups. We really try to make sure that you can compare numbers even if they come from very different scenarios or sources. And projections is also one of our main focus points. We do projections up to 2034 and even beyond, and update at least 4 times per year. So any new shock, anything that's happening in the world is integrated into our data. And with this product, World Data Pro, and our work, we want to solve a few problems that you would have often with other types of data from other sources. The first one, money, or actually the money that's missing in the data. Because when you look at, for example, surveys or census data,
Thank you, members. The meeting is continuing, but I think also here we have to conclude. Yes, so that we leave at the time we actually appointed. First of all, I hope I asked a relevant question. Yeah, because I noticed there was no one asking a question or sending me a question. Then I said, okay, let me use our ideas of yesterday and all the questions we've been asking so we can present to them questions. I don't know if it was communicated to you that our entire event has actually been online. If you go to the Kampala Analytica Twitter page, you'll follow all the proceedings since yesterday and today. So you don't even have to worry about the audio, the other audios which you've not been listening well, and the slides. You can go at any time and listen to and follow the slides and the presentations which were given. Even this particular one that we've cut short because these are experts on data from World Bank. So you can always go and follow their presentations and slides. So that shouldn't stop us from concluding, so that we leave at the right time. So in conclusion, I just want, like I promised, I just want to use 20 minutes to show you how, as Christopher Okidi, I analyze my data. How we can write proposals, how we write our proposals using AI, and how we use our data. And then I'll give you a list of course, Maureen has already talked about a lot of data analysis tools. Yeah, and likewise Marshall. But the principle is actually the same. So I am going to just demonstrate to you, for example, how we arrived at the baseline report. Henry, let's confirm we are mute. Okay, you can confirm we are mute. You can confirm we are mute and not interrupting the Global Future Summit? Okay. Okay. First of all, everyone has a way they develop their own proposal. And someone earlier on today asked a question that how can you use AI for climate change, was it? Yes. So here is a project we developed with the University of Dar es Salaam, Kampala Analytica, in partnership with the University of Dar es Salaam and in Tanzania, and then the University of Masinde Muliro in Kenya, which is a public university in the Turkana region. We have not yet received feedback about this particular proposal. And what I'm using here is not even the official, which is the official proposal. The final proposal is a document which it will take me time to locate from here. You, as CSO leaders, you understand, sometimes you have too many proposals, and so getting it quite easily is not something very... So, there was a call for proposal, and the call for proposal was how do we deepen artificial intelligence research, particularly intersecting artificial intelligence, climate change, and health. And so Kampala Analytica, University of Dar es Salaam, and Masinde Muliro came up with an idea that we can actually use AI. We can use AI modeling to conserve traditional medicinal knowledge among the Maasai community, the Batwa in Uganda, and in the Turkana or the Baringo people in Kenya. Like I said, this was an idea that we submitted to somewhere. One is that demonstrates to you that AI can be deployed across multiple use cases. And I think that should also resolve the question of AI and climate change, which I think earlier on was asked to Alban. But that is not what I am going to deal with. What I am dealing with is, how do you use AI for purposes of research and proposal development? Because this proposal here, we wrote it in 2 days. One, we all utilized, remember we are at different locations, so we just created a Google Doc and then divided our tasks. And by the way, you will actually realize that if you embrace technology, you can actually do anything you actually want if you can divide tasks and then you use technological tools like AI to aid you in the tasks. Now here in the allotment of tasks, me and Professor Nyandiku from Masinde Muliro were supposed to conduct literature review in 24 hours. Yeah, we were supposed to, me and Nyandiku were supposed to produce literature review in 24 hours. While Professor Opportuna Kweka from University of Dar es Salaam was supposed to work on the introduction. And then where would the literature then fit in? The literature would fit in on background and rationale. Now, because sometimes over 1,000 people, when a call for proposal is sent out, sometimes over 1,000 proposals are sent. And the question then is, how do you make your proposal stand out? And then also, I don't know if you are aware that they even use AI to first disqualify some people. You know that? Because you apply into a system, and the system knows what it wants. So language, the language you use, is your language aligning with the language of the person who called for that proposal? Because before a human being reads a proposal, it is even just like a normal application process. Now, these systems are actually trained to, first of all, they can actually be trained and say, knock out for me, out of 1,000, knock out for me 500 proposals that are not aligning with the call. One, the machine will look for language that if we are interested in climate change, language like climate change, you will survive. It is like applying for a UN job. Maureen here worked with UN Pulse Lab. Actually, these are the things she should have actually been talking about. So if Okidi Christopher or Kampala Analytica, for example, says, we want AI, we are calling out for applications for organizations that will use artificial intelligence to intersect climate change and health. Now, that system will always be looking for climate change and health. And the smaller other details, for example, SORAC was founded in 1998. So if, for example, we say we want organizations that are founded in 2003, and then for you write SORAC 1998, the machine AI already says this one does not qualify because it has been trained to sort out this document. So meaning, even the language you use to respond to those particular proposals are very important. You see, that is why, and I am going to link this because I'm even going to demonstrate literature review tools. Because if you go to ChatGPT and say, ChatGPT, intersect for me health and this, ChatGPT will give you the prompts you wanted. But remember, like yesterday Marshall said, there are also AI tools that are trained to run a document and then ask the document that how many percentages of this is AI written. Then they'll say this is 100%. So AI is trained to do all those things. So you're safer to use both AI and your human knowledge. So how then do you do this is now what I want to go to next. There are several, like Maureen said, there are several AI tools that you can use. There are several AI tools that you can use. But for us here, our interest is just the principle. Now, you know, for example, how literature review is very hard to do. But thank God to artificial intelligence, there is one artificial intelligence that I like to use so much. Actually, there are two. And I am going to demonstrate to you those particular two. One of them is called C-Space. I don't know if they wanted to make it science space, but they call it C-Space. And C-Space is an AI that makes you do data very fast. Actually, that makes you do literature very fast. Yes, C-Space. And another one that I like to use is not LM. which I think is just, that one I think is very recent. I don't think it's more than 2 months in the market by Google. So we have what we call C-Space. C-Space has a very important, C-Space simplifies all your work. Because how do you get the data is a very big problem. So you come to C-Space and ask C-Space that, please C-Space, can you give me the top 5 literature on how climate change impacts diversity? And you see, C-Space here is telling me that one, there is Udin et al. Who wrote in 20. It gives you the most recent literature, by the way. Now, you know that when you're conducting literature, one of the hardest thing is that wastes a lot of your time. If, for example, if you're going to Google, you're going to have to pick all those things. And then Google will give you everything, but it will not prioritize for you. But the beauty with C-Space is C-Space gives you the most recent literature. I hope you're seeing Odin et al. 2024. What is the next? There's XU, I think that is Zhou in Chinese, 2024, and Santonjani, 2023. You've seen how C-Space, first of all, C-Space will give you the most recent literature. Sometimes, first of all, using traditional technology, getting the most recent literature is very hard. Now, how does, this, you prompt it to tell you what it wants. For example, if you're writing about, there is a call for proposal, you pick those particular aspects of it and put it as your prompts, and it will give you the most recent literature in that particular area. Now, the second advantage with C-Space is that C-Space, you will not have to read all that literature. That's the beauty of C-Space again. Because what C-Space has is called Chat with PDF. So you can go into that particular, oh, I need some money to pay for this. Yeah, but even without going into those specific details, is that C-Space, instead of reading that entire PDF of 1,000 pages, C-Space gives you the option of chatting with that PDF. So you can just go to that particular PDF and pick out that. You can go to chat with PDF and pick exactly what you want. You see that? Now, imagine it is a 1,000 PDF. Those days of literature review, you have to read the entire PDF. But now here you have an option where you just go and say, chat with PDF, and you say, please, pick out for me every information in this literature which talks about climate change and its impact to diversity. Or AI, like we said, AI, climate change, and so it will give you a summary. Now, the beauty of this is that it also has prompts. I hope you're seeing here where they say APA. I hope it opens. Okay. But APA, it even gives you the citation format. You can even command it and say, give it to me on APA, which is American Psychology Association way of citation. Or you can even say, give it to me on, what are other citation modes? MLA, Chicago style. MLA, Chicago style, Harvard style. You can even ask it. In fact, you can just go and then choose a particular citation style that you want. And then you even have the option of creating your library meanwhile. So the most important thing you need to know is that with CSpace, instead of reading a whole document, it gives you the function of chat with, PDF, and then it gives you function. It can actually even review for you that literature. Now, this is before I forget, this is another beauty of it. You can extract the PDFs you need. And then based on that PDF, you can tell it, review for me literature on this particular topic based on these materials. Now, the beauty of this is you're also involved in the process of selecting which literature you want to use in your work. Meaning there is that humanity and human... In fact, this is the perfect, what I think people call the sixth industrial revolution, which is going to be that machine and human interaction, where machines and humans work hand in hand to provide an output. So instead of going to ChatGPT and telling ChatGPT, do for me this, I implore you to take very good advantage of CSpace at your own time. You explore how important it is. It will even help you in writing proposals. Why I actually projected to you the proposal is the kind of proposals we write are evidence-based proposal, whereby if you state something, you must give the source if it is not your source. And by the way, this is very, very easy to use. It is just as basic as what I am showing you. And the other application that I like to use so much is called NoteLM. It is actually Notebook LM, I assume. Let's also explore. You don't have to worry. I'm going to send you a proper slide on how you can navigate all that I'm telling you. Now, this is the beauty of Notebook LM. You extract your PDFs and just go and upload it. You see that? It gives you that option of you select your PDFs, your sources, because the most important thing is make sure you're always creating a library. And once you create the library, you create the library according to your topic because, for example, let me use this. I will leave it because it is you know, you don't compete with technology. But once you've selected your literature, you come and upload your literature, and then you put your prompts, and then it will provide you. This is as simple as this, by the way. It is not something complicated. Maybe, and I have even showed you with the you can use CSpace to extract the literature. Or you can even use this to extract the literature and then upload the literature, and then it gives you the review based on those, on your objectives, and based on those. I have slides for this, you don't have to worry, I'll send them to you. So, with the technology, and I thought this was very important because during our baseline survey, we noticed that people basically use ChatGPT for everything, you see? And so it is important to introduce ourselves beyond ChatGPT to know all these other tools that are, by the way, already even being recognized by the academia. Because the academia currently is talking about the integrity of academic research in the age of artificial intelligence. Yeah, but some of these specialized some of these specialized AIs are now being, I remember by the time I was getting introduced to Notebook LM, London School of Economics had already taken note of that. Then, so basically, there are several others. But the principle is, I want us to know that there are AIs that have emerged, are respected, and can make you retain, make you involved. In fact, these ones is about cooperation between AI and you to produce something. So you find that there's also your human effort, but then machine, because machine is giving you what you actually first of all searched on your own. You even interacted with the materials, with the chat PDF, which are inbuilt there. And then, that is as far as literature review is concerned. Finally, also let me talk about, of course, in the data process, there is what we call data processing. And data processing, if it is qualitative research, you have to also be aware that there are a number of tools that you can use to process your data. One of them is ChatGPT. In fact, like when we conducted the baseline surveys, when we collected the recordings of your opinion, what we did was we used Taboo and Otter AI to transcribe them. So you can use Otter AI, Taboo to process your data. And once that data is processed, and you've also cleaned it, because human responsibility in research can never disappear. AI, like Alban earlier on was saying, AI is built on Western syntax. Simply that the language is Western. Because a lot of some of these AIs are not developed here. So there's a lot they do not know about us. Now, to tell you how this is also very complex is, the most known Ugandan is President Museveni, right? But if, for example, I interviewed Mr. Kayondo there, if I interviewed Mr. Kayondo and Mr. Kayondo said, in our meeting with Museveni, the the syntax challenge will definitely come in, because AI may not be trained on who Museveni is, especially Otta, by the way, and this happened to us in 2023. So instead of writing Museveni, AI will write 7, because it is trained on number 7, but it is not trained on. But of course, newer versions may recognize the name Museveni. But I'm saying that by the time we started using Otta, AI has Kampala Analytica, because we also do a lot of consulting work, by the way. I remember me and Marshall were doing work for USAID and the International Republican Institute. I forget, we did 2 assignments. One was, we studied why political coalitions don't work in Uganda. We even went and interviewed, you know, when you're talking about political coalitions in Uganda, the name Museveni must appear. The respondents, if respondents don't tell you about Museveni, then maybe you are interviewing the wrong respondents. So when we were using Otta AI to transcribe, Otta AI was saying 7 instead of Museveni. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because of some of those syntactical challenges would require that AI may give you 70%, so please put in the 30% to ensure that you make corrections. Because if you're going to analyze, it is going to analyze 7, not Museveni. So Otta AI, it has free versions. Up to how many minutes does Otta AI give you? Marsha? No, I'm saying the free version. Yeah. 90 minutes. So 90 minutes can actually be 4 transcripts. So there is Otta AI. Otta AI, let me just type it so that you can see Otta AI. Yeah. Yeah, this, Otta AI. So you can sign in and then download Otta AI. It helps you to transcribe information that you've recorded. And you know that is already part of data processing. But there are several others. You don't have to only restrict yourself to Otta AI. Now, once you've processed that data and you have the transcripts, you have to analyze the transcripts, right? And there is a question which someone earlier on asked Maureen about SPSS, Stata, and NVivo. And Maureen's answer is the same answer I could have actually given. That because there was a time when generative AI just came up in 2002, people were now running away from those particular softwares. But those softwares are now AI inbuilt. That makes it very easy for you to actually code. So those softwares can still help. But there are also new softwares. The one I used for the baseline survey, which is even still on my, you can even see it from that I like visiting it a lot, is here. Insight AI. Let me just open it briefly to demonstrate. Is it network or? Actually, what I'm going to do is, let me just show you, because it is very simple tool to use to analyze data. You'll be shocked that in just 10 minutes you have your data once you upload your transcripts. Internet. If I had time, I would have just taken you through the entire process of how. Okay, so there is insight AI. You can even say qualitative. By the way, I'm a qualitative researcher, so you will forgive me for over talking about qualitative processes. Okay. Let's see if this will open. I did not pay for it, so some of these challenges can happen. Okay, since it has refused, but like I said, I have slides I will share with you on the process of how you can upload this information. Now, for the Insight AI that I use, you can command it to code for you. There's what we call thematic coding. You can command it to, it will first of all, you can actually command it to even give you graphs. You can actually tell it to give you graphical information. You can command it to give you narrative, or sometimes you can just leave it plain and it will give you general. And when it gives you general, then that is now where your human skills are very important. You go and extract the narration it gave you and then interact with it and cross-check manually with your transcripts, and then you provide that narration report. And then yeah, but so that we just know that there are several other, I don't know, Marshall, if this is included in the training materials. Using, yeah, and proposal development. Have you also talked about some of the softwares? Okay. So, you can, so in the documentations that you have, you'll actually find a step-by-step process of using these particular, but just so that you know, they are so varied, so many, and why we thought it was important to talk about all these is because from our baseline data which we presented yesterday, it seems that people have a univocal view of AI. To other people, AI is, by the way, ChatGPT. That is to other people. When you're talking about AI, they go there straight. But they forget that these are, now you saw the several others that Alban was talking about, Marshall was talking about, and this. So from the end of this workshop, I would expect us that our horizon on AI has expanded. We have multiple tools. We have resources that we can always refer to expand our horizon. And we are always available as Kampala Analytica, and that is actually why we are here. Our role is to help each other. So we are always available in case of any insight that you require. You can always reach out to us anytime, or even when you, for example, open up some of these things and it is challenging, we can always take you through. Even on phone, you can say, have you logged in? Look for this, look for that. We can always do that so that we are always on the same page. Otherwise, I implore you to look through our handbooks, and then you'll be in position to get a number of varied, specialized tasks AI. I think we are also now tired. We need to close, so that if we promise to close by 4:30, unless there is any question, we shall continue the conversation. Unless there is any question, I'm going to invite Maureen to officially close. Yes, Alban. Oh yeah, Alban. Oh yeah, Alban still has one activity. Can we do it in 2 minutes? Can we make it lesser? We agreed to leave here by... Can we do it 2 minutes? And then Maureen can close in 2 minutes? I'm going to stand here so that you don't exceed time. You want to use this? You want to project it? Then use it. Yeah, you pull it, you plug it off. You're going to... Yes.
Hello. Hi. Here we go. Our next series, we are going to have something we've called a civic hackathon and a boot camp, which will happen in a few days from now. And the purpose of this event will be to now see how you can use the kind of tools. Okay, so you come up with an idea, then we engage and choose the best idea. And we hope to also have some small token of award to the best idea, and then we shall also try to help that idea that shall have come through be used, okay, in your workplaces. So I won't talk much, but a hackathon is basically a competition. So, and we shall be looking for projects or ideas and related to the tools we've talked about today. So the core which Maureen is going to launch, the other details shall be online by next week. But now I would like to invite Maureen. Okay. So we shall, of course, now since it's a competition, this is Sam Kasasi. Yeah, so we shall be looking at like the solutions that address community challenges, and those also we shall look at originality and creativity, and also how practical the idea is. Then we shall also look at sustainability, and then also collaboration. But most importantly, how the idea will align with this program, which is localization of AI. So the call will be up, and we encourage your CSOs to apply for this call. sometime next week.
Okay. So let me now invite Maureen Amuterine, who is a board member of Kampala Analytica, to... Thank you so much. There is one thing I didn't tell you about Alban. Alban, besides being the AI and data advisor of Kampala Analytica, is a very senior data person at UBOS, Uganda Bureau of Statistics. They are the ones who said for us in northern Uganda, our population reduced. Yeah, that is what, they are the very people who said that. But that is not the reason why I introduced that. I was actually just saying that so that you know that Kampala Analytica, beyond these interactions we meet, Kampala Analytica has very resourceful people that you can always engage. Your organizations can also, your organizations can also reach out to Maureen. You know the work Maureen has done. You know the work Alban does. These are very experienced people, and they can be part of helping your organizations in this data and digital journey. Thank you so much. Let us have a quick photograph and then have tea. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Kayondo, a prayer? Yes. No, don't worry. There's no much damage on the machine. We can confirm that.
Let the power of the Lord come down. Amen. Let the power of the Lord come down. As we pray, let the power of the Lord Jesus from heaven come down. Let the power of the Lord come down. Let the forgiveness of the Lord come down. Amen. Let the forgiveness of Lord come down. As we pray, let the forgiveness of the Lord from heaven come down. Let the forgiveness of Lord come down. Let the mercy of the Lord come down. Amen. Let the mercy the Lord come. As we pray, let the mercy of the Lord from heaven come down. Let the mercy the Lord come down. Let's humble ourselves and pray. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father, in the name of Jesus, right now here, we want to thank you for giving us all this time to talk about those things that you wanted us to talk about and to learn. Lord, we have learned, and some of us, we have not gone the way how we came back. We believe that, Father, all of us, we have achieved something here. Father, we thank you, and right now, Father, we get this honor to thank you for Kampala Analytica. Jesus, it is not their own making, but Father, it is you who gave them the idea to embrace the new technology, to embrace this so that they can help the CSOs in southwestern region of Uganda. And Father, these things are not going to remain here. We promise you that you are going to practice them to ensure that we utilize them and help the community. Thank you, Almighty. Thank you. There's nothing you can give you. But Father, above all, we ask you to let each of us reach where we came from safe. We cancel all the network of the devil in the name of Jesus. We cancel all the plans, that accident, whatever plan the devil is having, we cancel it in the name of Jesus. Father, also I acknowledge that we are sinners. And when I keep praying, some people, even they are tired, they say, this is a long prayer. But other things we can talk and talk, but when to talk about you, we limit you, Lord. And yet you want to talk with us. You want to share with us. You want to hear us. Father, we are humbled. We are quiet. We ask you to bless us. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. You said, whoever asks, he receives. And whoever seeks, finds. And whoever knocks, the door is open for him or her. Father, right now, we open all the doors of Kampala Analytica. Let the CEO, Lord, give them new ideas. Whatever the plan they have, let it come to pass. In the name of Jesus, all our CSOs in Western region, in this region, South, Western, Uganda, we offer them into your hands. Use them in these electoral coming programs. Use them in all that so that they can make the community be better than today the way it is. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. You have had a prayer. Prayed all this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name, your kingdom come. Your will be done on us in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as forgive those trespass against us. Lead us into temptations, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory yours, now and forevermore. Amen. Clap for the Lord.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kayondo. Yeah. Okay, members, let's have a group photo out. And then we have tea. And then we are free to disperse. Thank you so much. In case Marshall is always available, in case you need any of us, whether you need Maureen, you need Alban, you need myself, Marshall